her doom.
Extinction is the motor of substantial change in evolution. If extinction didn't occur, a successful group would dominate and it would last forever.
Here, hang on just a second. Cyan Streams, thank you so much for the raid. Holy cow. Hopefully you can hear me right now. I've been having some OBS issues and starting a little bit late today, but Merry Fishmas, everybody. Holy cow. We are going to get started talking about this incredible critter in just a few minutes here. I have a few more things that I've got to get ready before we start. Um, but yeah, hope you had an excellent stream, Cyans, and everybody else. Holy cow. It's going to be a lot of fun. Yeah. I need just a few more minutes to get ready, though. So we're going to go back to the starting soon screen. And, oh, and you're at the Georgia Aquarium. Holy cow. Very, very cool, Science. Do you see some whale sharks there? Holy moly. Gotta say, I'm a little jealous. Anyway, we will get into the story of the coelacanth, honestly, one of the greatest adventure stories that I know of in the scientific realm. And it's got Christmas shot through it all over the place. It's you're gonna really enjoy this today, everybody. So yeah, I will be back in just a few minutes. Here. Hang tight. I got some more stuff to get together. I'll be back.
9 o'clock. And daylight. But what day? Hello, you there, boy.
What? Me, sir?
Yes, you, my good fellow. What day is today?
Today? Why, it's Fishmas Day, of course.
Christmas Day.
I haven't missed it.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. And a very Merry Fishmas to one and all. We're gonna have a really fun stream today. Cross your fingers that OBS doesn't crash on us. I was having some issues earlier. But, I'm glad you're here. It is on this day every year, December 22nd, that we celebrate Fishmas. This is the anniversary of the discovery, I feel like discovery should be in quotation marks as well, of the COELACANTH. This is a huge deal in the mid-20th century, and it reverberates to this day. The COELACANTH is one of my very favorite extant animals. If you're not familiar with this story yet, then holy cow. You will walk away from this stream with a newfound appreciation for these incredible critters. And one of the, like I said earlier, one of the greatest adventure stories in science. The story of the COELACANTH. A Fishmas miracle. It's gonna be fun, so I'm glad you're here. If it's anybody's very first time, then allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. So believe it or not, this is how I make my living as a scientist. While I conduct research, excavate fossils, publish in the scientific literature, attend conferences, all that good stuff, it's outreach. This is how I actually pay the bills. Streaming full-time here on Twitch from my office here in the San Francisco Bay Area. I'm able to, as the saying goes, get 2 birds stoned at once. Maybe more birds than that. And holy cow, thank you, Urgle Wurgle, for those 58 months of support. Shoot. Really appreciate that. Holy moly.
It's the last time I'll play with a dinosaur. Dinosaurs.
Really appreciate that, Urgle
It was
Wurgle.
like you
Thank
go to
very,
the shoe
very
store
much.
and they're like, maybe we have it in the back, and it
Holy
was like
cow.
all the fossils back there. It was pretty sick.
So this is how I can continue to do this full time, is because of generous people like Urgle Wurgle and Dark Tarkanis. 58 months of support there. Holy cow, do I appreciate that. Good stuff. Holy moly. Yeah.
Tribune.
20 people won't have to worry about watching a single ad for the next month, thanks to you, Urgle Wurgle. I really appreciate it. And Dark Tarkanis, 58 months is a long time to support science outreach here on Twitch. I really appreciate it. Holy cow.
Extinction is the motor of substantial change in evolution. If extinction didn't occur, a successful group would dominate and it would last forever.
It's true. Dodek, thank you for the 9 months of support.
In the very beginning of this strange dinosaur's life.
And Kevin661, thank you for the 3 months of support right there. Really appreciate it. Holy cow. Thank you, thank you. Excellent. We're gonna get into this in just a little bit. I've already posted a going live announcement to Blue Sky here, which is excellent. We're already engaging with it. Thank you, Golkanek, for the
It's
100 bits
completely
there.
flat. The bone wall
Joey
is so
Clef, 9
thin,
months
it's
there.
about
Thank
the
you,
same
thank you.
dimension as the wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir in it. Well, that's what this thing is like.
Dirter.
It is indeed. Thank you, Joey Clef, for the 9 months of support, and thank you, Lenina, for the gift sub there. Brilliant. I really appreciate that. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Dirter.
Superb. As I said, it was on this very day in 1938, which would be how many years ago now?
Dirter.
Let's see. 2025 minus 1938 equals 87 years ago to the day. Marjorie Courtney Latimer, pictured here, and here, and here. She found this critter, which had been presumed extinct for over 50 million years. She found one on the deck of a fishing trawler in East London, South Africa. It's a remarkable story, and you're going to hear it several times today, told from different perspectives, all kinds of different details on it. It's going to be a lot of fun, so I'm glad you're here. And thank you, Claire Burr, for gifting Leap Year Girl. Appreciate that, Claire. Excellent. Yeah. Anyway, before we get into any of that, I feel like we need an introduction for me and what I'm all about and what this channel seeks to do. Yeah, we're gonna have other people watching this, I think. So I don't know, just by way of quick introduction, so I don't have to talk about myself too much. Here, this is me, this is what I'm all about.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. There we go. The coelacanth story is an interesting one where fossil science intersects in a very immediate way with modern zoology, oceanography, and marine biology. It's a good one. We're going to be talking about that. But first, some of the moderators already know about this, but a quick announcement before I forget. There we go. On Sunday the 28th, we're going to be having a very special stream where I'm going to be interviewing leatherback researcher Scott Benson, right here, in person in Monterey, California, talking all about the remarkable leatherback turtle. Talking about leatherback conservation, biology, research, whatever you're curious about. We're going to be kicking off our big leatherback turtle stream arc for 2026. A few days before 2026 even starts. I cannot wait. We're going to be talking about these remarkable creatures who, much like the coelacanth, are kind of straight out of the Mesozoic. These creatures are threatened with extinction, and they desperately need our help to be able to make it into the next century. They've been around for 80+ million years. To make sure that this century isn't the last one that they see. We'll be talking all about these critters throughout the next year at various times. But we're going to be doing a special stream with Scott Benson on the 28th. And I think it's okay to say this at this point. Looks like we're going to be on the front page for that stream. So I am very excited about that. I think this is going to be an excellent opportunity to tell people about this incredible animal. A great way to get the word out. We're doing our part for outreach and conservation, and I am very excited about that. So I hope you'll show up for that. Again, that is on the 28th. Not a normal stream day. It's going to be a Sunday. but at our normal stream time, just on a weird day. 1 p.m. Pacific on December 28th. So, hope you'll join me for that. It is going to be a ton of fun. Anyhow. Anyway, I hope everybody had a good weekend. I hope your holiday season hasn't been too stressful so far. There we go. Just to get it started off here about this critter, the coelacanth. Ukulele, dude, hey, I'm glad your December's been a piece of cake so far. Excellent. What is the coelacanth? Why does it matter? Here's an old newsreel to kind of set the tone for, and apparently the video is unavailable. Well, that's unfortunate. Can I find this? Unwelcome development. Just a second here. Video just disappeared. That is... There we go. Let's try this.
From the primitive jawed fishes, the early gnathostome.
And this is not actually the same one that I was looking for. My apologies here.
Observation.
To you.
Couldn't
Thank
see
you
a
for
thing.
the prime sub.
Conclusion.
Really appreciate that.
Dinosaurs.
Holy cow. Thank you for your ongoing support there, Lily, too. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. And we keep getting this. I had a bunch of coelacanth videos bookmarked from last year. This is the fourth one so far that this has happened to, so this is disappointing. I was looking to check a bunch of these earlier, and we kept having OBS issues, and so... that's frustrating. You know what? Here is something I was not expecting to find. This has just popped up. Back when I was in the field in September, not too many things can make me want to leave the field. Like when I'm out there actually collecting specimens, digging up dinosaurs, that kind of thing. But in this particular case, there was a piece of news that dropped that kind of made me want to get to a spot where I had decent internet. There's a new documentary that came out about this incredible animal, the coelacanth, called Deep Ocean, Kingdom of the Coelacanth. I posted about this back then and said, I can't watch this because I'm out in the desert digging dinosaurs again for 2 weeks, but you should watch it and tell me how good it is. Since then, I've not been able to find anywhere online that you can watch this outside of the BBC website. But now, it's right here on YouTube. I'll give you a link right here. Who knows how long this will stay up. But this will be an excellent way to maybe introduce us to the coelacanth for this stream. Spoiler alert, this is a critter that had been previously known from fossils. Coelacanth type fishes, the coelacanthiformes, had been known since, what, like the 1830s or something like that? And they'd been known as fossil fish. Everyone knew them as fossil fish. Everybody who was familiar with fishes of the Paleozoic and Mesozoic eras, they were familiar with the coelacanth. Oh yeah, it's one of those fossil fishes. Imagine everyone's surprise in the late 1930s when one shows up alive. It was a sensation. I hope I'm not spoiling things by saying that these critters are not extinct. They are still around today. They just kind of jump into it with this. There's none of that lead up where it's like, here, let's tell the story. These are fossil fishes and blah, blah, blah. And then, bam, mic drop. They're still alive. Here, they're just showing you this animal because it is remarkable in its own right. It doesn't really need that kind of setup. You can just show them. And they're spectacular enough as they are with no prelude.
Go ahead, Control.
Summer 2024.
Roger.
An expedition is setting off in search of a little-known fish that...
Hang on. Murph, thank you for the 42 months of support. Hey, really appreciate that, Murph. Thank you, thank you.
Ontogeny.
Merry Fishmas to you as well, Murph. And thank you so much for the 42 months of support. Really appreciate it. And nothing more variant, says mandatory old British narrator. Excuse you. That's David Attenborough's voice right there. The true king of England. Yeah, the one and only, says Where Ducky. Yes, big salute to him. He's going to be 100 years old this next year. David Attenborough. I think his birthday is May 9th, something like that.
You need to take some of your own advice.
He's 100 years old.
Aren't you the man who told me to live every week like it's Shark Week?
Steely Dan.
Nothing's impossible except for dinosaurs. Don't give up on life, sir.
Wow.
Wow, Steely Dan. 27 months and holly jolly fishmas to you as well. Excellent. Yeah. It's the true king of England right there. Anyway.
It lives in the deep sea.
They should have a coelacanth week. You know what? This is coelacanth week, Steely Dan. Or Fishmas Day, at least. We could turn it into a whole week. The 12 days of Fishmas, you know? Controversialistic. Oh, yeah.
Its fossilized skeletons had been found in rocks that are 400 million years old.
Yep.
And suggest
the
that these
Devonian.
fish could be the ancestors of all backboned animals, including ourselves. But their fossils disappear at the same time as those of the dinosaurs, 66 million years ago.
Yep.
Then, in 1938,
There's the trawler Narina right there, which, captained by Captain Hendrik Goosen. He called up the curator at a local museum and said, hey, I've got a bunch of fishes and other cool stuff for you to look at if you want to. And she said, okay, sounds good. Came on down to the docks, and then, lo and behold, a coelacanth. Holy cow.
a trawler fishing off the coast of South Africa made an astonishing catch. It was undoubtedly the same kind of fish as coelacanth, but an hour or so earlier it had been alive.
Yep.
It was a sensation, a true living fossil. But little was known about how and where it lived. Now, a special...
And when I was able to watch this, and then I don't know, I think at the beginning of one of our streams I was talking about my takeaways, and one of the biggest takeaways from this is, holy cow, look at this boat. the kind of funding necessary to run an operation like this is, it just makes my heart smile. I wish all science were this well funded. It is astonishing, you know? Like, take a look at this.
Expedition in a state-of-the-art research ship is setting off to try and discover more about this living fossil.
I mean, look at that. Look at this. This makes my setup here look like, I don't know, like I got this stuff out of a Cracker Jack box or something, you know? I thought I had a cool setup here. There's nothing like this. Holy moly. Yeah, I'm surprised they don't have those, like, racing chairs that video game people have, Claire Burr. Yeah. It's a research aircraft carrier. I mean, strictly speaking, and there is an aircraft on the deck there, Mayor Space, yeah. It's just nuts. Nuts.
Try and discover more about this living fossil.
Ready for the water.
Look at this.
And they hit lucky.
Yeah, what's that? Oh, that's coelacanth. Okay, coelacanth.
Yeah.
Is that coelacanth? Yeah, we found coelacanth.
There was a whole group of these ancient fish.
International expedition, Starmie.
Look how they're all moving. So crazy.
Look at that animal.
They even witnessed, for the first time, what appears to be its mating behavior.
Courtship.
And the video recordings they made shed light on how primitive fish like the coelacanth may have used their fins to walk on land.
It's just gorgeous.
Look what it
When
is.
we look at creatures like this, we see the evolutionary history we share with fish.
Join us on a journey to discover more about this mysterious survivor from the very ancient past.
Ah, good stuff. So I figured the way that we'll run today's stream, to make this a little bit different from paleontologizing fish myth specials in the past, we're going to be kind of jumping in between different documentaries and then talking about the history of the coelacanth, talking about the story of its discovery and how that ties in with Christmas and all this. But I recommend that you maybe bookmark this if you'd like to watch the whole thing later. When documentaries like this pop up on YouTube, sometimes the production studios are like, hey, great, glad people are enjoying this. Sometimes they even promote it. Sometimes they swoop in and remove it. So keep that in mind. Maybe bookmark that for later if you want to watch the whole thing. And here we go. Let's find that PBS Nova documentary, which is an excellent springboard for discussion and going in depth on certain topics. Here we go. Ancient Creature of the Deep, 2003, on PBS Nova.
In the waters off the east coast of South Africa, 300 feet below the surface, divers search for a creature that existed before the time of the dinosaurs.
Oh, yeah.
A living fossil.
It's dramatic music. I love it.
350, 400 million years old.
Some call it the ghost fish, king of the sea. Others, monster of the deep.
On a moonless but fairly bright night, you can actually see those eyes glowing.
For over half a century, the search has persisted.
And there have been divers who've died trying to find these fish.
Those who come in contact with it are changed forever.
You get this kind of science fiction chill in the back of your neck and going down your spine.
A creature that offers tantalizing clues to the evolution of all life on Earth, including us.
I did see one alive, and I never got over that.
A creature thought to have been extinct for over 50 million years.
It's alive! It's alive! It's alive!
Ancient creature of the deep. Up next on Nova.
Yeah. Good stuff. They're trying to make coelacanth scary, sister. I mean, they're trying to make it dramatic. I don't know. I don't think of them as a particularly scary animal at all.
Corporate funding for Nova is provided Foundation and by from viewers
By the
like
Scheinhardt Wig Company.
you. Thank
And viewers like you. So just like PBS, this broadcast is also sponsored by viewers like you. Thank you to everybody who supports Paleontologizing. I appreciate that more than you know. Death Source says, I wonder what they taste like. Well, they are considered to be endangered, so, you know, excuse you. Also, they're extraordinarily oily fish. And according to local people in certain parts of the coelacanth range, for Latimeria chelumnae, the West Indian Ocean coelacanth, they can give you severe diarrhea. So, yeah, I wouldn't try it.
Thank you.
I love this documentary. It's me and the fish
In
despair, you
Saduana
know?
Bay, South Africa, a team of divers prepares to attempt a descent of several hundred feet into the Indian Ocean to search for a mysterious ancient creature. Deep dives here are always dangerous. Rescue divers are in place. An emergency medical team hovers nearby. Each diver carries several tanks, different compressed gases to breathe at different depths. Any mix-up here could be fatal.
This is my oxygen, it's closed. Cannot breathe this at depths deeper than 10 meters. This is air to travel down, and under my back I have the helium mixture to breathe at depth.
Everything is planned down to the minute.
Our total dive is going to take us exactly 2 hours. So 15 minutes down and on the bottom.
So this is the kind of field work that it's so much more expensive than the kind of field work that I partake in when I'm going out to collect fossils. You know, there's breathable atmosphere where I do field work. So I look at something like this and I just have to say, you know what? Respect to the people who go into an environment where, you know, we didn't evolve to be in that kind of scenario, you know, as human beings. But our cousin the coelacanth did.
And then the rest of the time coming up.
For a quarter of an hour, they drift down through a world ever quieter, ever colder, ever darker.
There you go, Shane, yeah. It's a lot like being an
Then,
astronaut.
at a depth of 300 feet, something catches their eye.
We saw the continental drop-off. We headed straight for it. We saw a cave.
So when he says continental drop-off, what he's talking about is something that we'll be discussing when we, are we going to be talking about this? On an important anniversary. There we go. January 6th is the anniversary of Alfred Wegener unveiling his theory in Frankfurt, his theory of continental drift. talking about here when he says the continental drop-off, this is going to be somewhere along here. The juncture between two different continental plates. The African plate, and then I guess the Somali plate here? There might be like a different kind of plate boundary or something, but that's the thing, is that you've got these different continental plates, and some of them are subducting under others. And in those subduction zones, you can get these really steep cliffs that occur, and that is ideal habitat for a coelacanth. So that's what he was talking about right there.
With the continental drop-off, we headed straight for it. We saw a cave. We went straight into that cave, just looked underneath it.
Holy cow.
A great primitive fish, a coelacanth. Its ancestors date back 400 million years to a time when all Earth's creatures lived underwater, and the great transition to living on land was about to begin. Was the coelacanth, with its fleshy leg-like fins, the missing link in evolution from fish to land animals?
Kind of. We'll talk about that.
Coelacanth.
Lungfish are actually closer to the origin of tetrapods, but we'll get into that later.
Were long considered extinct, known to science only through ancient fossils that displayed these curious limb-like fins. But one fateful day in 1938,
Nothing More Variant says, man, cave diving 300 feet down? That has to be the most dangerous diving around. It's, like they said earlier in the prelude, people have died trying to seek coelacanths in their natural habitat in the wild. Divers have lost their lives. But somebody who saw a coelacanth and lived to tell the tale is this remarkable woman.
But one fateful day in 1938, everything changed.
Hello, welcome. Welcome to Six Lakes Street.
Marjorie Courtney Latimer was then the 31-year-old curator of a small natural history museum in East London, South Africa.
Yeah, and so Marjorie Courtney Latimer here, a big part of our stream is going to center around her today, because the story of the coelacanth is inextricably linked to the story of Marjorie Courtney Latimer. Just 31 years old at the time, she was curator of a very small, one might even say impoverished museum in East London, South Africa. So this is not in England. This is as a result of South Africa's like colonial heritage. There are different places in South Africa that are named after places in Britain. So East London, South Africa is one of those places. So it's along the Indian Ocean coast of South Africa there. She is a young woman who she'd always been interested in natural history, and she became curator of this small museum. And when we're saying small, we mean really small, where like they didn't have a refrigerator. Oftentimes they didn't have electricity. I don't know if they had a telephone in the museum at the time. Much of the work was being done by volunteers. She was going down to fishing trawlers to collect garbage fishes that the trawler captains didn't want, so that she could put them in the collections at the museum, all of this stuff,
What are dinosaurs?
Red Fox 44, thank you for the follow. It's good to have you. Didn't even have broadband. Not even close by airspace. Yeah.
Come, welcome in.
She remembers well how her life was turned upside down by the mysterious coelacanth.
Yep. And I love that in her home there's just all of these bits of coelacanth memorabilia and yeah. I love this, Oh, and right there,
nobody ever.
This image right here is the very same one that I posted right here for today's stream. As our going live announcement. Excellent. I love that we have video of her talking about. Absolutely, Claire. Yeah.
knew the difficulties and the trauma that I went through. I went through absolute trauma saving that fish. Because nobody wanted to know. I'd say even my family in the end began to think I was cuckoo. I suppose I was very cuckoo.
On December 22, 1938, a fishing trawler steamed into the East London harbor.
Yep.
On the deck was a pile of sea life dredged up after a freak storm. But these
Literal
fish
tons
were
of
not all meant for market.
It was a pile of sponges and starfish and rat-tailed fish, and you name it, they were there.
When putting together new exhibits at the museum, Marjorie often obtained samples from local fishermen.
And from underneath this crowd, there was this one fin sticking out, this blue fin. And I thought, what on earth could this be? Then I moved all the fish. There was this beautiful, beautiful fish. Iridescent colors all over the fish.
Welcome to Paleontologizing.
It's just on 5 foot long, rough scales, and very big eyes, very big blue eyes.
Vote for poison.
Momo, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. And there's Papa Jim in that alert. By the way, did you see the new emote we've got as of today? There you go, Claire. Yeah. If Jim shows up in the chat, feel free to use those.
Very big eyes, very big blue eyes. These
And there's Jim right there. Holy cow. Jim, how are you? Merry Fishmas, Jim. It is, of course, the anniversary of the discovery of the coelacanth on this very day in 1938 by Marjorie Courtney Latimer. Jim, I know you've worked on coelacanths before, on fossil coelacanths. I don't know, I'm glad you're here, Jim. I hope you're having a good day. The Jim sign works, apparently, RB42. Yeah. We got Jim's suspenders there as a new emote. Jim, I hope you don't mind. The chat, they demanded it. They said, please, we clamor for it. Give us a Jim emote. So there you go. The Jim signal. There you go, Claire. Yeah. Yeah.
peculiar limb-like fins, something I'd never seen in a fish in my life.
Marjorie had been an avid collector since childhood. She knew instinctively that this was an important find.
I thought,
and so that's kind of the crazy thing about this story is that Marjorie Courtney Latimer was not an ichthyologist. She wasn't even a fish specialist. She didn't really necessarily know that much about fish in particular, but she was a keen naturalist. And she just knew in her bones that there was something very different, very special about this particular specimen. She had this sense. She knew that it was important. She couldn't quite put her finger on why, but she knew. And that something that I learned recently is that her background set her up for this just about perfectly. We'll be skipping between a few different videos today about this.
Welcome everyone to this.
Here we go. Here is a talk by Mike Bruton, who's an ichthyologist in South Africa, and he's kind of, in some ways, Mr. Coelacanth nowadays. Here's the guy who named Latimerian alumni, the West Indian Ocean coelacanth, JLB Smith here. We'll be talking about him in a little bit. And thank you, Charlie's Dragon, for the 54 months of support. Happy Fishmas to you too, Charlie's Dragon. So let's go back and talk about... There we go. Here's the captain of the trawler there. Hendrik Goosen.
Skipper of the steam trawler Narini, take my hat off now, who is in the habit of collecting fishes for the East London Museum. And on the 23rd of December,
Thank you, Alexander. Hey,
1938,
you take care too.
he
Thanks for
brought
saying
his
that.
catch in to the East London harbour, landed it on this wharf, which is now known as Latimer's Landing.
That's so cool. I would love to be able to go there and see this sign there. Super neat. Yeah.
Called the East London Museum, and the curator there, Marjorie Courtney Latimer, and said, I have another collection of fishes for you. Please come and have a look at them. Marjorie was very busy at the time, mounting a skeleton of a mammal-like reptile.
I wonder if that's a Dicynodont or a Gorgonopsian or what fossil skeleton she was mounting at the museum. I don't know. But that's an interesting part of the story. Another way in which fossil science and zoology intertwine for Fishmas. Sent you the Chinlea Wanted poster. Please post widely. Jim, yeah, here. Let's take a look at that now before we get back into this. But this is something that that Jim has been talking about for a long time. COELACANTH Wanted poster. Oh, Jim, this is great. Set up for proper viewing here. There we go. All right, bit of a tangent here. There's a fossil fish, fossil coelacanth, called Chinlea. It's from the, what, like Triassic, Jurassic boundary? Early Jurassic, something like that, Chinlea. When is it from? Late Triassic. Mawsoniid coelacanth, okay. There's a beautiful skull of this animal that has disappeared. It was a commercial specimen, unfortunately, and so was sold at auction numerous times or traded or whatever. And we don't know where it is. In order to properly understand this animal, this is, as far as I know, one of the best specimens in the world of this critter. Maybe one of the only semi-complete specimens of a skull. And we don't know its whereabouts. This could really add to our understanding of the fossil history of these critters if we could just track it down and get it into a museum. So Jim's put together this wanted poster. Send leads to James Kirkland at utah.gov, the state paleontologist for Utah. If any of you happen to know anyone who might know where this critter is hiding, presumably in a private collection somewhere, let Jim know. He's been trying to track down this critter for years. Wouldn't that be a Fishmas miracle if we could get a lead on this? Yeah. And Jim says, just get it CT scanned. We don't even need the actual specimen, I guess, if we just have CT data on it. And could it be in Austria, asked Jim. Tracked from Oklahoma City, Geological Enterprises, to a collector in Britain, and traded to an unknown collector in Germany or Austria, perhaps. It says wanted for CT scanning. That doesn't mean that this critter was doing some CT scanning and needs to serve time as a result. No. We want this so that it can be CT scanned. But yeah. Anyway, oh, and hello, Mini Pie. Okay, hello. Hello. How are you? Yeah. Getting a visit from the landlord here. So you can tell this is a live broadcast, you know? There's just all kinds of distractions. Things going on, huh, Mini Pie? Yeah.
These are just a few of the questions surrounding these fantastic animals.
And thank you, Megatronus95 for the 38 months of support. I really appreciate that. Yeah. And Jim says he's trying to describe at least 2 large related species. That's why this is so important. is oftentimes when you're doing this kind of work, you need specimens to compare something to. You know, you need context for the critter that you're trying to describe. This can provide brilliant context, so it's super important. And post that in chat. Yeah, here, Claire, let me see if I can, boy, upload it to photos or something. And then, you know what? Let me put it up on Blue Sky. That way it's easily shareable. There we go. On a related note, has been searching for this fossil coelacanth specimen for years. Would appreciate any information on its whereabouts. All he needs is a good CT scan of it to help understand fossil coelacanth relationships. And then we gotta do the alt text. Wild West style poster reading. Wanted or CT scanning. Chinlia. Tracked from Oklahoma City. Geological Enterprises. I'm guessing that's like a commercial dealer. To a collector in Britain. Traded to unknown collector in Germany. Then leads to James Kirkland at utah.gov. State Paleontologist of Utah. There we go. Save. There we go. Excellent. There we go. And here is a link. Again, it would be... That's right. It would be an incredible Fishmas miracle if we could help track down this specimen. Holy cow. Yeah, good stuff. Anyhow, there you go, Jim. I hope that helps. Anywho, let's continue here. This is Latimer's Landing. This is where the trawler Narina was docked when Courtney Latimer climbed aboard in order to search the hold for anything interesting for the museum.
He brought his catch in to the East London harbour, landed it on this wharf, which is now known as Latimer's Landing, and
I
called
love this sign.
the East
That's so
London
cool.
Museum and the curator there, Marjorie Courtney Latimer, and said, I have another collection of fishes for you. Please come and have a look at them. Marjorie was...
So the interesting thing is, as I learned through this talk, she wasn't super excited to go down there. It's a few days before Christmas. She's really busy with a bunch of other stuff. She's like, I'll just go there as a courtesy. I'll show up and show them my appreciation because it's so nice of them to call me over when they have interesting specimens and stuff. But she wasn't expecting to find anything of note. Think about what would have happened if she said, oh, I'm too busy. I'm too tired. I don't want to do this today. She didn't.
Very busy at the time, mounting a skeleton of a mammal-like reptile, but she decided, as 2 days before Christmas, to go down to the wharf, mainly to thank the crew for their help over the previous year.
There we go.
She rummaged through the pile of fish, mainly sharks and rays, and didn't see anything particularly interesting, and was about to leave the ship when she noticed a blue fin sticking out. And she asked them to remove the other fish, and what was revealed was what she described as the most beautiful fish she'd ever seen. She took it to the East London Museum, and which was very poorly equipped for large specimens at the time.
Yep.
Wheeled it around on a two-wheel cart all over East London, trying to find somewhere to refrigerate it or preserve it in formalin, but eventually, in desperation, took it to an amateur taxidermist who mounted it rather badly, it seems, and preserved it for science. Just a little bit about Marjorie, in case you didn't hear my previous talk about...
So this, to me, I think makes her story all the more remarkable. Unlike a lot of people in science, like, let's face it, I don't know, people who grew up to be scientists, oftentimes they go through a lot of schooling. Oftentimes they come from a very educated background, often like an upper middle class or even upper class background. A lot of my friends and colleagues, this is the case for them. Marjorie Courtney Latimer did not come from that kind of a background at all. I mean, as you can probably guess, looking at this photo here of her and her sisters, her family didn't have a lot of money. And she was not well educated. It's really interesting. But she was immersed in nature from a very young age.
A little bit about Marjorie, in case you didn't hear my previous talk about her. She came from a very poor family. Her father was a railway station master, and as a result of that, he was constantly transferred from one railway station in the interior of South Africa to another. And her family, Marjorie had 5 sisters and 2 stepsisters, were constantly on the move, living in 26 different places in the first 25 years of her life.
So she was moving, on average, more than once every year. That's kind of remarkable in and of itself, you know? And Dangerous Buttons, thank you for the 20 months.
Got amazing 70 million year old dinosaur eggs. And they're perfectly preserved. Cool.
Thank you for the 20 months there, Dangerous Buttons. Thank you for being more supportive and respectful of science than whatever that was. Appreciate that, Dangerous Buttons. Thank you, thank you. And Dirterbet says, how rare are these things? We'll talk about that in a little bit. Coelacanths are not common animals, but they are, it seems, very long-lived. They very long generational times. It's kind of remarkable, really. Yeah. Anyway.
She received very little formal schooling, but her mother was an excellent naturalist and used every opportunity to take the girls out into the field to study plants and animals, soils, geology, fossils. And all of them became accomplished natural historians, but especially Marjorie.
So, even though she was not an expert in fishes, she knew enough about nature, she had enough of a general sense for these things that just instinctually she knew that the coelacanth specimen was something extraordinarily special. And if it hadn't been for that instinct that she had, we wouldn't have had this discovery, you know?
Rough scales, and very big eyes, very big blue eyes. These peculiar limb-like fins, something I'd never seen in a fish in my life.
Marjorie had been an avid collector since childhood. She knew instinctively that this was an important find.
I thought, no, whatever happens, this fish has got to be saved.
And just imagine that kind of conviction, too. It's like, I don't know what this thing is, but something's telling me that it's really special. And I'm gonna go through hell to try and ensure that it is saved for science. Because it certainly wasn't easy.
Although she was able to cart the fish back to the museum, this was 1938, and there was no easy way to refrigerate and preserve the specimen.
Right.
She inquired at the local mortuary.
And so I went in, and this very tall, very gaunt-looking gentleman said, what could he do for me? So I said, you know, I've got this beautiful fish. And I said, I have to try and save it. And I wondered if you could put it into the mortuary. So he drew himself up right nearly up to the roof, and he said, never heard of such an iniquitous suggestion.
I mean, think about that. This is somebody who, she's being as creative as she can here. It's not, oh, well, we don't have a refrigerator, and it's the middle of summer, because it's the southern hemisphere, so December is in the middle of the summer there. It's really hot out. This thing is going to rot. It's like, well, you know, I tried my best, but I might as well just throw it in the trash. No. She's knocking on doors. She's asking people she doesn't know. She goes to the mortuary and says, hey, can you preserve this fish for me? Please, please. I mean, it really is. She's a remarkable woman, and it's a remarkable story. This is the sort of thing that it would make a spectacular film, I think. You could have like a historical dramedy about this, and it would be an extraordinary movie if you do it right. There's so much fodder for comedy and drama and wonder in this story. It's crazy that it hasn't been made into a movie yet, you know? I'm going to keep saying that throughout the rest of this broadcast as we continue to move through the story of the coelacanth, because there's so many moments like this where you go, this could be a hilarious film. I'm thinking of something like, I don't know, maybe something with the same kind of, vaguely the same kind of tone as like The Death of Stalin or something like that, if you've seen that film. One of my favorite movies. Get the right screenwriter, get the right actors, the right editing. It could be superb, you know? Like, it's remarkable that this hasn't happened yet, you know? Maybe it's a sign that, I don't know, a lot of people in Hollywood don't know what they're doing, that they haven't made this into a movie yet. Holy cow. Oh.
He said, never heard of such an iniquitous suggestion. Most definitely not. Most definitely not.
In desperation, she sent off a note and a sketch to a professor at Rhodes University, 100 miles away in Grahamstown.
There you go, Pete B.
Professor J.L.B. Smith was trained as a chemist, but his passion was ichthyology, the study of fish. His work in this field would soon change the face of science.
Let me take you to L4.
Professor Smith's one-time secretary and archivist.
So this is something that I have on the wall today. is the original letter. This is a copy of it, obviously, that Marjorie Courtney Latimer wrote to J.L.B. Smith. This is one of these iconic images. Here's the real one.
Is Jean Pote.
This is it. This is a very interesting file. It's correspondence with Marjorie Courtney Latimer from 1936 onwards.
This is a letter that changed the world.
And in this file is, I think, the original drawing.
There it is.
That is the original drawing by Marjorie Courtney Latimer.
Holy cow. This should be behind glass at the natural history equivalent of the Louvre or something, you know? Maybe not the Louvre, it might get stolen. But it is like a holy relic almost, Claire. Just amazing.
And as soon as he saw that, he knew that it was something really rare.
For J.L.B. Smith, it was more than rare. It was an impossibility. If that drawing were correct, this fish should have died out with the dinosaurs.
Yep.
Smith's wife, Margaret, described his reaction.
It was the 3rd of January 1939, and I suddenly felt almost shockwaves coming from my husband, who was standing up reading a letter. And through the back of the letter I could see a picture of a fish. And he pointed to the drawing of the tail. And he said, "You see that tail? That tail belongs to fishes that have been extinct for millions and millions of years."
Yep. So, let's go back to Mike Bruton's talk about this.
In Zimbabwe and Namibia, collecting plants and animals for her museum. So, although Marjorie knew very little about fishes, she was a very competent.
And Mighty Yar, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. Thanks for clicking the follow button.
Natural historian. She knew about taxonomy and diagnostic characters. And when she saw the coelacanth, she realized this is something very special. So she did this famous sketch on the right of the coelacanth. And although it looks rather amateurish, she in fact identified the key diagnostic characters of the coelacanth.
An artist.
The heavy bony plates on the head.
She probably hardly ever did any drawings, but she managed in this sketch to really highlight those key features. Again, she's thinking like a naturalist because she spent so much time in nature and she knows how to identify plants and animals. And she knew what was important, and I mean, she knew what was weird and seemingly different about this fish. So she kind of knew which details to emphasize and include.
Lobed fins, large scales, and especially that extra lobe in the tail fin.
Yep.
And she sent this in a letter to J.L.B. Smith, who was at the time on holiday in Neisner. Now, Marjorie's diagram has become one of the most famous sketches in the history of zoology, and has been compared to Darwin's famous I Think diagram, in which he sketches out his ideas of how animal relationships developed over time. Now, J.L.B. had a laboratory in his holiday cottage in Neisner, and when he received the letter, he was absolutely gobsmacked. Because he had a knowledge of fossil fishes, and based on that simple drawing, he realized that this is a coelacanth and something very special was about to happen. But he had to be extremely careful because he was still an amateur ichthyologist.
I mean, amateur in the sense that that wasn't his official job title. So ichthyology was his passion, and he'd previously published on fishes before, so I would call him an ichthyologist. He's publishing in the literature actively. He's describing new species. He knows what he's doing, but his profession, the way he pays the bills, is as a chemist and a chemistry professor. And that's what he was doing at this time. The semester had just ended, and he was at his holiday cottage out there in the country, and he was grading papers, essentially. Any professors in the chat, you know how much work that is. You know the stress of having to grade at the end of the semester. That's what he was doing, and that's why he couldn't. One of the reasons why he didn't immediately show up to where Marjorie Courtney Latimer was with the coelacanth is he had all these stupid papers to grade and everything. Examinations, he said in the letter to her.
He didn't want to embarrass Marjorie, so he contacted Keppel Barnard, who rushed through some books on fossil fishes, and Smith was able to confirm the identity. For various reasons, it was 44 days before he was able to get to the East London Museum.
Yeah, and it is like one of the crazy parts about this whole story is that it took him so long to show up. Like, this is a discovery that would change the world, and 44 days. He gives various explanations in his book about why he didn't show up immediately, but 44 days, you know? Yeah.
Smith was confused and puzzled. He almost hoped he was wrong about the identification of this creature. But if he was right, the implications were staggering. Despite...
And Dirtibus says that tail fin is wild. It really is. Yeah. That Diffie circle tail. That weird lobe in the middle of the the caudal fin like that. Yeah, almost like a little tassel there in the middle of it. You know? We have that here too. It is truly strange. But it's unmistakable. As far as I know, only coelacanths have this. That bizarre tail like that. And some of the fossil ones, it's a little bit understated. Like this guy right here. And in some of them, it's really exaggerated. Where it extends way out past the rest of the caudal fin. And some of them are like this, where it just kind of melds with the rest of the tail. Really weird and cool. That Diffie circle tail there. So strange.
Despite his initial excitement, he was unable to examine the fish in person for nearly 2 months, leaving Marjorie Courtney Latimer to deal with this strange creature alone.
Yeah.
He probably thought I was making a mistake. Well, I had sketched it, and I had written all these letters to him about it. But he probably thought, you know, I was young and inexperienced with ichthyology. It's a funny thing to just suddenly decide about bring a fossil fish out into the open.
Yeah, and Nobara makes an interesting point here. He says, if a fish didn't change for all those ages, something is going well, right? Here's the thing. Is it calling the coelacanth a living fossil? Is misleading in a lot of ways. Because it has changed quite a bit. The modern coelacanth, genus Latimeria, is very different in a lot of ways from fossil coelacanths. So it's not that it hasn't changed, it's just that here's a group that we assumed was extinct, and it turns out that they're not. To talk a little bit more about that, we've got this.
They're ancient, fossils that they're often referred to as living fossils.
So this is stated casually with, is it John Perry? Let's see here. John Perry, there we go. Here is a link to this video right here.
I cannot remember where I got this picture of this guy, this man going on a walk with his pet fish in the forest. When the coelacanth was discovered, that there was still a species of coelacanth alive. There's actually 2 species of coelacanth alive today. It was just awesome. Everyone's like, whoa, it's a living fossil. That term,
I know
living
Barm says
fossil, it really bothers
you
people.
got confused. So it's not just you. A ton of people seem to be really confused about this, including some documentary producers. And like, clearly we as paleontologists need to do a better job of communicating these ideas to the public and to documentarians and other people, because they have changed quite a bit. Saying that, oh, this fish is unchanged for 400 million years, that's completely wrong. They're very different from fossil coelacanths. I think John Perry's going to talk about that here.
People these days. In fact, there are scientific papers saying that we should stop calling them living fossils, because when you tell the general public that the coelacanth is a living fossil, what a lot of people think is that coelacanths have not evolved at all. Like the modern coelacanth is exactly like the extinct coelacanth. And really, to the untrained eye, they do look the same. This paper right here is one paper that goes over the changes in coelacanths. And
let's find this paper, by the way. Cassan is Cassane. Let me see if I can find that. Here we go. Journal Bioessays. And it's open access. Beautiful.
Access granted.
Here we go. So a series of recent studies on extant coelacanths, that's living, non-extinct coelacanths, has emphasized the slow rate of molecular and morphological evolution in these species. So they don't evolve very quickly. They do have really long generational times and super long gestational periods too. So like a female coelacanth, when her eggs first get fertilized, it's like it could be 3 years or more in between when that happens and when she actually gives birth to live coelacanth pups. A 3-year gestational period. So they don't have offspring very often. It takes a long time. I think they also take a long time to reach maturity as well. So just in terms of how many generations you have per decade, it's like 1 or 2, you know? So they certainly, you've got fewer generations, so that is going to lead to slower change. And also there might be interesting things about their genome that causes them to mutate less frequently. They're not a fast evolving species. That much is true. But these studies are based on the assumption that a coelacanth is a living fossil that has shown little morphological change since the Devonian. And they proposed a causal link between low molecular evolutionary rate and morphological stasis. Here we examine the available molecular and morphological data and show that 1, low interest-specific molecular diversity does not employ low mutation rate. Okay, so maybe they don't actually have a low mutation rate. Interesting. 2, studies not showing low substitution rates in coelacanths are often neglected. Interesting. And 3, the morphological stability of coelacanths is not supported by paleontological evidence. We get crazy diversity of coelacanths in the fossil record. Not only do modern coelacanths look different from ones in the fossil record, but ones in the fossil record all look different from each other, too. So many different shapes and sizes of coelacanths. Ones that lived in the ocean, ones that lived in fresh water, fat ones, skinny ones, ones that climb on rocks, maybe. You know the Armor Hot Dog song. It applies to coelacanths, too. We recall that interspecies levels of molecular diversity, interspecies genome divergence rates, and morphological divergence rates are all under different constraints, and they are not necessarily correlated. Finally, we emphasize that concepts such as living fossil, basal lineage, or primitive extant species do not make sense from a tree-thinking perspective. Interesting. So, when we're thinking about cladistics, evolutionary trees, living fossil, basal lineage, these are terms with kind of limited utility. They're not super useful, Oh yeah. And there you go, Rusty Guy, yeah. I don't think any of them had chicken pox, but yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says, yeah, it is kind of like that. Like saying birds have always been the same because they all have feathery wings. Kind of, yeah. Yeah. Anyway.
Marjorie was left with no choice.
Oh, wait, we're watching the John Perry video. Where was that? Bingo.
Argues that we should stop calling them living fossils. Now, Darwin is the one who coined this term, living fossils, and I see the use of it. I'm not going to say who I side with. I haven't really made a decision as to whether or not we should stop using this word, but this paper says we shouldn't. And they show in the coelacanths here, we've got the modern coelacanth on the left, and its closest relative in the fossil record during the Cretaceous on the right. Again.
And I forget the name of this taxon. It is, Macropoma. Louisiensis, Macropoma. Pretty sure I have, that's an illustration of that fossil coelacanth right there in our background today. Good stuff.
It does take, you have to kind of be trained to know how different they are. Here I've got the fossil coelacanth next to the modern coelacanth, and they look the same to the untrained eye. But here on the left, I've got a dog and a raccoon, and they also look the same to the untrained eye.
I like this. This is a nice analogy, They're very well, not very well might be, there is more difference between these two than there is between a raccoon and a dog, If just in terms of evolution, like Latimeria chelumnae, the West Indian Ocean coelacanth, is around today, 0 million years ago. This one is from about 70 million years ago or older. It's from the Cretaceous, Macropoma. There is more evolutionary time separating those two than there is between the raccoon and the dog. If we pull up one zoom, over to raccoons, and we'll see how long ago they separated from dogs. I'm guessing it's back in the Oligocene? Maybe like 35 million years ago or something? Gotta go to Grey Wolf or Grey Wolf and domestic dog. So, okay, be generous and say 45 million years ago, dogs and raccoons split. That is much more recently than these two species split. That would have been back in probably the Cretaceous, if not the Jurassic period. So, yeah.
I mean, they're nearly identical so far as the average Joe can tell. In this paper, they point out that in the past, coelacanths were a very diverse group. And they show this drawing, which shows a bunch of different species, this chart on the right. It shows, the overall body shape of various different species, and then it shows, actually, their genre of coelacanth. And then it shows, the body size. So some of them are like 0.3 meters. Some are, what's the biggest one is over 2 meters.
Yep. Mawsonia is one of the biggest ones. And Chinlea, the fossil coelacanth that Jim is trying to track down the skull of, that's part of this same family. So this guy's from the late Cretaceous. It's probably fed upon by Spinosaurus. It's also from the Kemkem beds of Morocco. Mawsonia here. Might also be from the Bahariya Formation in Egypt. Anyway, they got big, like really big, like swallow you whole big, potentially. Yeah. And they were big macro predators. Like, this is one of the biggest, fiercest fishes around in these freshwater environments. If you traveled back to the Cretaceous, you're someone around, like, they might eat you. It is a beast, baby. Yeah. 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 So anywho, Alanipterus has a cute shape. It does. It really does. I was just looking at some of these and going like, that'd make a really cool Christmas ornament, you know? This guy with the crazy forked caudal fin, that's super cool. Anyway, neat.
I mean, they get pretty big.
By the way, I have, speaking of pretty big, that one is bingo. I have that framed up on the wall right now, that same figure. Good stuff.
And pretty small. Rebelatrix, for example, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, but it appears to have been highly adapted for high-speed swimming. So it's this guy with the pointy tail that's drawn in this beautiful painting here on the left. That thing, we think, was probably hunting high-speed pursuit,
yeah.
Kind of like a tuna fish is today. They used to be a very diverse group. This isn't one of the super high-speed ones, but this one probably was more of a high-speed predator than the modern coelacanth, which basically just drifts around. And here's one of the older groups that's, some people group it in with coelacanths, some people group it as the sister clade to coelacanths. Again, according to this paper, they're like, look, coelacanths have evolved. Okay, I get it. But why didn't they evolve very much compared to mammals, right? Mammals have evolved tremendously over that same amount of time. Why haven't the coelacanths?
Lots of opportunity.
The answer to this is that under most conditions, natural selection maintains phenotypic stasis.
So this is a really, really important concept here. And before he even gets into it, phenotypic stasis is basically like your outward appearance, most of the way that you work. If it doesn't need to change, it's not going to, you know? If you're in the same environment for a long time and you generally have the same kind of selective pressures being exerted on you, you know, you're not being forced into a completely new environment where you have to, you know, completely change the way that your body works and looks and everything, then you're not going to. All other things being equal, like, you're not going to change much. You don't have to, you know? Don't fix it if it's not broken, says Charlie's Dragon. Essentially, yeah.
Phenotypic stasis is kind of a fancy word. Phenotype just means like the shape of an organism. So phenotype is different than genotype. So the genes of an animal, you know, the sequence of DNA that an organism has, that's its genotype. But the actual shape, overall shape and traits of an organism, that's what we call the phenotype. And it's important to distinguish genotype from phenotype because genes can actually evolve a lot while natural selection is maintaining a very stable overall shape and stable number of traits that the organism has. You can actually have quite a bit of dancing that goes on under the hood, but the end result is the same. So the genotype can evolve a lot while the phenotype stays the same. And this is what we see when we look at the two different species of coelacanth alive today. Their genes are evolving, but their phenotype is pretty much staying the same. They are in a state of phenotypic stasis. Stasis, of course, means that it's staying the same. One of the best ways to see why it is that this happens,
Anyway, we're getting into fitness landscapes and everything. I'll just give you a link to this again, and I'll give you a time code here. You can start at this moment if you would like to. But, yeah, Charlie's Dragon makes a really good point. Mammals, after the KPG extinction, suddenly the world's their oyster. Their competitors are gone. There's not a lot of other animals walking around, and so, you know, what kind of a situation is that?
It's free real estate.
It's free real estate, you know? They could do whatever they want. Coelacanths weren't really in that situation. In fact, they were probably hit really hard by the KPG extinction. Only a few species survived, and then the teleost fishes probably scooped up most of those empty niches afterward, and coelacanths were able to still make a living as, you know, deep water species. Not super deep water, not benthic or anything, but like, you know, living in these continental drop-offs, these underwater caves and stuff along continental margins, volcanic landscapes, underwater. Yeah. That's, I hope that makes sense. Anyway, let's get back to this. 200 meters or so, deep enough, Charlie. Much deeper than I can live, you know? Respect to the coelacanth.
It's a funny thing to just suddenly decide about bring a fossil fish out into the open.
Marjorie was left with no choice. In order to save the fish for scientific study, she had it skinned and mounted.
Yep.
But without
So this is the thing, is that she did her very best in order to save this critter. And yeah, I think we might have oh, maybe not. Yeah, let's continue.
any preservatives, the internal organs had to be discarded. This was later described by Smith as one of the most terrible tragedies in science.
Well, and that's the thing, is that she wrote to him and he didn't respond for a long time. And then he said, "Where are the internal organs?" And she said, "Well, you took forever in getting back to me, and it's the middle of summer here, and we couldn't get them refrigerated. We didn't have enough formaldehyde, so the taxidermist I was talking to, he eventually threw them away." And JLB Smith is like, "Where is the dump? You need to go to the municipal dump and search around for these fish guts that are now surely putrid." And she went and looked into this, and it turns out there wasn't a municipal dump. At the time, apparently the garbage in East London, South Africa, was not brought to, like, a landfill facility. It was towed out to sea and dropped into the middle of the ocean. So people were just dumping all of their waste straight into the ocean at that time. So that's where the fish guts ended up. Ocean to ocean, dust to dust.
So there were a lot of confusions in the beginning, and I got blamed for losing the innards of the fish. I had to bear that all my life. But still, the main thing was that we saved the thing we saved the skin and the type specimen.
Yep. And you can still see it to this day in this tiny museum. And this is a big deal at the time. JLB Smith writes about this in his book, Old Forelegs is what it was called. At the time, South Africa was a British colony. And it was still kind of under the thumb of London, not East London, which is named after London, but, London in the UK. People kind of assumed that, hey, a specimen this important is going to get sent straight to London, right? To the Natural History Museum, to the NHM in London. And JLB Smith said no. This was found by Marjorie Courtney Latimer, head of this tiny little museum in South Africa. And we are talking tiny. Like, this is a small museum with practically zero budget. He said, "I want Marjorie and the museum to benefit from this discovery. Keep it there. Do not send it to London. They can find their own specimen if they want it. This is staying here in South Africa," is what he said. So yeah, that is a W, Murph. It is a W, yeah. And I think he talks about that in this book. I might not be able to find it in this moment. Anyway, it was a big deal. That something that had the whole scientific world abuzz at the time, it didn't end up being sent to the heart of the British Empire. It would stay out here in this outpost. We'd bring new visitors into the museum. We'd put this place on the map. So yeah.
On the 16th of February at 10 o'clock, Professor Smith walked into my office. I'd been waiting for him since the 22nd of December.
That first sight hit me like a white-hot blast, Smith later wrote. It made me feel shaky and queer. My body tingled. I stood as if stricken to stone.
And he walked.
Yeah, big deal. Murph says, do you think America is failing because all the British Empire is? I wonder sometimes. Oh yeah, I think it's a similar thing that's happening. The American Empire is on a decline right now, and China is on the ascent, and, you know, I think in many ways the United States is going to get left behind just like the former British Empire was, you know? It's just how things go. So, yeah. That's a discussion for another time, though. Yeah.
Body tingled. I stood as if stricken to stone.
And he walked round the table. And he said, this fish will be on the lips of every scientist in the world. It's a coelacanth.
Since J.L.B. Smith identified the strange fish, he was able to christen it. He named the genus Latimeria, after the woman who had saved the fish for science, and the species Columni, after the river near where it was caught. The press went wild with the news, calling it the most important scientific discovery of the century. A creature from a group thought to be extinct for millions of years was alive.
Yep.
It was a living fossil, a window into the past. The term living fossil had been coined by Darwin. In his writings on evolution, he argued that somewhere, most likely in the ocean depths, some creatures would have eluded the pressures to evolve and changed.
So they have still evolved, it's just they haven't gone in a completely different direction where they look super different. There's still a little bit of evolution happening all the time. Species are always changing generation to generation. Unless they're cloning themselves, which does happen with some species. They're able to reproduce where they're young or just clones of themselves. It's not the case with most creatures that have sexual reproduction. Coelacanths are evolving, and they have evolved. It's just not in any super different directions. They're still kind of doing the same thing that they've always been doing to a certain extent.
Little from prehistoric times. Now, here was a living coelacanth, strikingly similar to fossils more than 50 million years old.
Well, we're down in the basement of the museum now, and the fossil fish collection is through here. Let's open the door.
John Maisie is a paleontologist at the American Museum of Natural History in New York.
Collections arranged in a systematic sequence or in an evolutionary sequence.
Stormy says, are coelacanths under threat at this time? We don't really know. That's the thing. Let's find them in our Tree of Life again. The thing is, coelacanths are not well studied enough where we have a good sense of their population size. So they are listed as endangered, both living species. The West Indian Ocean coelacanth, that's Latimeria cholumna, and the Indonesian coelacanth, or Sulawesi coelacanth, which is Latimeria manatoensis. They are both considered either endangered or critically endangered or vulnerable. The thing is, we don't have a great handle on how many there are. So, like, if we look at the IUCN Red List of threatened species, see. How do we search? There we go. There we go. So Latimeria chelumnae, the coelacanth species that Marjorie Courtney Latimer discovered, or brought to the attention of science at least, this one is considered critically endangered, and I think this was kind of they're kind of giving it this designation to be safe, because we don't know what the population trend is for these animals. We don't know how common they are. They're difficult to study. They don't show up all that often. This is why you can have a documentary like this one here, Kingdom of the Coelacanth, where the whole premise of this is, hey, here's this cool fish, we're gonna go down and take some footage of it. It's that difficult to get to that there's no like big storyline behind this documentary right here. This, the one that just came out this year, narrated by David Attenborough. It's just a crew goes out on this remarkable research vessel. They send these ROVs and these manned submersibles down there, and they look at coelacanths. We don't really know how many are there, you know? And then when they do find them, it's kind of hilarious, and that, like, I'll just play the clip for you. We need to make an alert out of this, I think, because I love it so much. When Ios and Lordy and I sat down to watch this, they just could not stop laughing at this part. Here, you'll know it when you see it.
And when it does move. They know perfectly well that the coelacanth, to sustain its massive body, must come out to feed sometime. But it doesn't move, even at night, as the team proves by speeding up their video recording. It remains in exactly the same spot.
For like 24 hours.
A second sub with carry-on board sets off.
So they have different shifts of researchers.
In keeping watch.
All right, second shift. See if the coelacanth does anything.
But even after 10 hours, the coelacanth has still not shifted and shows no sign of wanting to look for food. Finally, at 8 in the morning, the team decide to bring out the unmanned ROV. Kerry is exhausted. They've now been watching the coelacanth continuously for 24 hours, but it still has shown no sign of moving. Perhaps the sub's lights are making it nervous.
Taxart says, this is what it would be like to study me. There you go. Yeah, I think numerous chatters can relate.
So they switch to infrared lights that are virtually undetectable by any fish.
Okay, darkness.
Darkness.
And still the coelacanth does not move. At 7 a.m. the following day, 39 hours later, it finally does something.
What's it gonna do?
Oh, we're on the move.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Maybe he's going to...
The coelacanth, at last, is on the move.
We're supposed to follow her.
Yeah.
Do we follow her?
Yeah. Well, fuck on it. Romantic.
No.
Look at that. So this is remarkable. What it's doing with its second dorsal and second anal fin right there. Or maybe first anal fin? Anyway, the top and bottom fins like that. I don't think this has really been observed before. So this is such a charming documentary here. And again, I'll give you the link. I'm so glad it showed up on YouTube finally. It premiered back in September on the BBC in the UK. This might be a novel behavior that it's not really been observed before. That weird kind of locomotion that it's doing with its fins. And again, this is so charming because the premise of this documentary is this incredibly well-equipped team goes to look at these coelacanths, and they find coelacanths, and the coelacanths stay still for a long time. And they do a few things, and just those few things that they do are incredibly cool and weird and interesting. It's such an inherently fascinating animal that you could have such a slow-paced documentary that's still really engrossing, you know? Look at that.
It swims slowly, but in a way that our scientists have not seen before.
Oh, and Lenina, I totally forgot about Metazoa. We should do that, huh?
It
Look at
propels
that.
itself forward by moving its fins rhythmically from left to right.
What? Why?
Two fins appear to provide forward propulsion.
Before I saw this, I didn't know they could do this.
You're with steep, eh?
Ahead is a vertical cliff face.
What's it gonna do? Is it gonna hit the cliff? Again, I love this. It's like they're just following a fish slowly moving. They're like, what? Is it gonna hit the cliff? What's it gonna do? And then the music picks up, and there's just something very charming about this.
It'll be interesting to see if she goes up this crack here. Oh, she's going along the crack.
The coelacanth makes its way purposefully along the steep cliff.
It's all female because she's pretty big, Starmie. Yeah.
This is a good...
Then it comes
The females are larger than the males.
overhang in the rocks.
It's going under the overhang.
She's there?
Yeah, she's there.
That's perfect. Yeah, we want to leave her somewhere where she can maybe stay. We don't want her going.
Mark this waypoint. Big Mama's new house. Depth 1.
They're calling her Big Mama.
The fish has disappeared into the crevice.
I love this so much. That's a line in a document. The fish has disappeared under the crevice. Just that we're hanging on every little motion that this fish makes. And it is legitimately interesting, you know? This is not trying to sensationalize something mundane. This is something truly extraordinary where every little action that it takes is fascinating.
Arch, yeah.
The place where the coelacanth has chosen to hide is one the scientists had not expected. It's a large overhang in the cliff, effectively an underwater cave.
All right.
Tracking
what's
the
going
fish's
down?
movements
What's going on
has
underneath?
led them to a new hideout. This is a real reward for their 72-hour vigil. Then Terry spots something else.
What is it? Holy cow. What's she gonna spot, chat? What is it gonna be? What do you think? Take a guess. Another one, says Starmie. Let's see.
Oh, I think I see another one.
What?
On the left.
Wow, sweet. Oh.
There.
Yeah.
Is it?
There's more. Not just one more. Two more.
There appear to be more
Three more?
coelacanths hiding in the cave. It's an extraordinary sight.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
8 of them. Holy cow. Yeah.
There are definitely 8 individuals, and the team are astounded. What could be the reason for such a gathering?
Yeah, it's just remarkable. Anyway, we'll get back to that in a little bit. We gotta do Metazoa before I forget. Shoot. So we'll take a brief break to do that. Gotta do our daily animal guessing puzzle challenge. I would guess coelacanth today, but that might not be the best use of our guesses. You're having a Fishmas party, XVR, yeah. Yeah, they do move in herds, Prince, yeah. Give me the name of a mammal, chat. Ox, says Murph. Well, ox is a kind of cow, but we can do cattle. That's Bos taurus, right? Yeah. There we go. So our critter is an amniote, but it's not cattle, which tells me that it's gonna be. There we go. Not just a tetrapod, an amniote. We guessed an ox, cattle. That's a kind of mammal, and Metazoa says nope. Best I can do for you is amniota, which means our critter's got to be a sauropsid. This is a reptile, which includes birds. But what kind of reptile? It could either be an archelosaur, these are birds, turtles, and crocs, or a lepidosaur, which are lizards and tuatara. Just by the numbers, it's probably going to be a bird. There's about an equal number of species within Archelosauria and Lepidosauria, but I know our game Metazoa is heavily biased toward the birds on this front, so give me the name of a bird, chat. And, or preferably a passerine bird. Roseate Spoonbill says hello, bees. They don't have spoonbill, unfortunately, but that's a kind of pelicaniform bird, I think. Raven is a good. Well, I already did what yours, Murph. Let's do.
If the dinosaurs had not died, perhaps in some catastrophe, no reason to think dinosaurs wouldn't still be here, wouldn't still be dominating the Earth.
And we wouldn't be here. Yes, indeed. Mario Verde Live. Gracias por seguirme. It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Let's do crow. I saw somebody suggest that. We'll go from cow to crow. That's a kind of passerine bird. It's a corvid, which are part of the passerine group. All right, so our bird is a neonath, but it's not a passerine, which is interesting. Let me show you what that means. So within aves, the birds, we've got two major groups. You have the neonaths, which has quite a few species. How many?
Over 9,000!
Yeah, holy cow, it's a lot. And then you have the paleognaths, which have far fewer species, 61 by this count. So this includes the tinamous, the ostriches, cassowaries, emus, rheas, extinct ones like the moa. Anyway, so our critter is a neonath, though. Because I guessed crow, and it says, nope, it's not a crow. Best I can do is neonathae. So crows are a part of this clade, the passerines, so we know it's not one of them, or else it would have said passerine. Instead, this is going to be something diverging earlier toward the base of neonathae, so it's probably going to be some kind of galloantherae bird, probably some kind of fowl. So it could be, I don't know, something like a chicken, could be something like a duck. Yeah, turkey, says Golganek. Wild turkey, could be. Although I feel like we had that recently. We've been talking a lot about turkeys because of Thanksgiving last month, but I don't remember if we had turkey, like if turkey was one of our mystery animals lately. Could be goose, is Red Panda Party. Let's try goose. Not mongoose, but goose. Let's see if that gets us anywhere closer. Okay, it is part of galloantherae, but that's as close as it's going to take us with goose. So geese are... Geese are here. But it's not going to be one of them. It's going to be something like a pheasant or a partridge or a chicken, maybe. Could be a curassow, but I don't think they have curassows programmed into the game. They do not. Let's try chicken, Gallus gallus, and see if that gets us anywhere closer. This is also... Is that a brush turkey there? Let's try chicken and see where that gets us. Okay, we've got the right family. It is in the chicken family. The Phasianidae. These are pheasants and their relatives. All right. Grouse, pheasants, and more. There we go, but not a chicken. So chickens are going to be part of this clade here. I don't know what this one is called, but it's going to be outside of this, presumably something more basal. Could be a quail, or it could be something like a peacock, potentially. Birds, guinea fowl. Where's the peacock? Or peafowl? There we go. Genus Pavo is there. That might be too close to chickens, though. I don't know if that's... Do they have pheasant in the game, I wonder? They do have pheasant. They do not have grouse. They don't have prairie chicken. They do have peafowl. We've already used 4 guesses. If we can get it on the next one, I'll be very happy. Let's see. Do they have partridge? I wonder. They do not. Let's look at this group on Wikipedia and see if we can wrap our heads around this a little bit better. Pheasants, grouse, partridges, jungle fowl, chickens, turkeys, old world quail, and peafowl. So, we guessed chicken earlier, right? Here we are. Yeah, that was our last guess, and it says, nope, best I can do is Phasianidae. Genus Gallus. So it's not going to be in this genus, but it is going to be in this family. Quail is not in here, but turkey is, and pheasant is. Let's think about this. We guessed chicken earlier, who is here. It's our red jungle fowl. Sri Lankan jungle fowl, gray jungle fowl, red jungle fowl. Gallus gallus. This is the wild ancestor of the domestic chicken. Is the red jungle fowl. So all of these guys are allied together. Next closest relative in Metazoa is probably going to be the peafowl, and then turkeys are further away. Is that right? Here. Red jungle fowl. There we go. And turkey. Genus Meleagris. So they diverge here. So turkeys are going to be over there. Are quail closer or more distantly related to... Oh, quail are way over here. Quail are not part of this family. Interesting. Okay, this is why we do this kind of thinking, is so that we don't end up wasting a guess on quail, because quail are not part of this family. Good to know. So it's either going to be a pheasant or a turkey, I'm thinking. I think those are our two answers here. So I'll say pheasants are... So pheasants and turkeys are about equally closely related to chickens, it seems. So what I'll do is I'll leave this up to you, Chad. Do a vote. So we click pheasant or chicken? Chicken. Pheasant. Start poll. Let me know what you think. Did we roll out grouse? Grouse are not in the... They're not programmed in. They're not an option. Hello, bees. Yeah. So far, the pheasants are winning. Oh, no. Hang on. Sorry. I do mean turkey. I got that completely wrong. We pick pheasant or turkey? Turkey, pheasant. Start poll. There we go. Sorry. I'm getting spam calls. No, you're good, Shane. Yeah. So thank you, Lodoc, for the correction there. Yeah. Oh man, and they are in a dead heat right now, 9-9. Pheasant pulling ahead by 1 vote. So close, as Chaotic Kitten. I almost feel like people are doing this on purpose. They see that one is pulling ahead and they're like, not so fast. Let me vote for that one. That has to be what's happening here. It's 11-11 right now. Pheasant might win by 1 vote. Nope. Why do you do this to me, chat? Why do we get ties so often? Conspiring together, says Spade B. Evidently. We needed a third option for the trolls, says Quaver. That's not a bad idea, actually. Yeah. Didn't you say Turkey was already an answer recently, says XVR? I don't think it actually was. I don't know. I'll be tiebreaker Turkey, says Rakami. Okay, fair. Let's do Turkey. There we go.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. And that's it! Beautiful. All right. Excellent. Thank you, Rakami, for saving us a guess there. That's 5 guesses. That still brings my my average down, which is superb. Excellent. All right. There we go. Nice. Oh! And hello, sweetie pie. How are you doing? You having a good day? Want to join us? Anyway, I just saw some wild turkeys yesterday. A bunch of them. Went up to visit my mom this weekend up near Sacramento. And along Highway 50 there. It was Highway 80. There were a bunch of wild turkeys just hanging out. Oh, hello. How are you doing, sweetie pie? You having a good day? Why is there so much activity on my phone? There's multiple people trying to call me and text me all at the same time. Sweetie pie. Yeah. How's it going? How's it going? How are ya? And turkeys are very cool as birds, Murph. They're really neat. We talked a lot of turkey back in November or Thanksgiving. They're oh, yeah. Oh, we love the attention. A wonderful reminder that birds are living dinosaurs. You can see that in the skeleton and the musculature and the feathers, the respiratory system, all over the place. Oh, sweetie pie. And Taxart says, when I worked at the zoo, the wild turkeys like to sleep in the trees in the wolf enclosure. Yeah. The turkeys often like to hang out in zoos within their range because it's a relatively safe place. There's plenty of food. They can just eat whatever the zoo animals don't want to eat. Anyhow, Good stuff. Sweetie Pie, let's get you some treats so we can get back to our coelacanth stream, huh? Huh. Oh, yeah. Merry Fishmas, Sweetie Pie. Merry Fishmas. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh. Yeah. Want some treats? Okay. All right. Let's make it happen. My Fishman's gift to you, Sweetie Pie. Look at those. Wow. What a delight. You don't want to eat them? What? What? Is that not what you came here for? You want those? No? No? All right. All right. Maybe Minnie Pie will come. Yeah? Well, Sweetie Pie is going to be with us here for a while, it seems. So let's go ahead and continue our documentary here and continue talking about coelacanths for Fishmas. Here we go.
And the coelacanth fossils we keep in these cabinets. For example, here are some small coelacanths from right around here. These probably live in fresh water. These are about a shade over 200 million years old. Now, these can get much bigger than this. These coelacanths lived at a time when North America was still attached to Africa. So New York could have been very close to Morocco at this time.
And so, here, I can illustrate this for you. That'll work. Well, it would if it weren't so blurry. There we go. So, this is a stylized map. It wouldn't have quite looked like this. They've tried to sort of preserve a lot of the coastlines and stuff. Back when these continents were smushed together, the supercontinent Pangea, there would have been a lot more molding and mushing and squishing than this. But here, they've done their best to kind of preserve the modern boundaries of these countries and stuff like that in order to kind of make this make sense. But anyway, as he was saying, New York City, where he's at, and the American Museum of Natural History, would have been very close to Morocco at the time. You could have walked between them when all these continents were stuck together like this. I love this map because it takes our modern world and makes you see it with new eyes. I think that's really cool. Will this one load? Sometimes this site goes down, so I don't know if we'll be able to see. But the okay, it's not working today. But anyway, I wanted to show you that. Show don't tell, as they say. So imagine being able to walk from New York City to Morocco. Pretty cool, right?
Coelacanths lived at a time when North America was still attached to Africa. So New York could have been very close to Morocco at this time.
Coelacanths first appeared, along with the other major groups of fishes we know today, about 400 million years ago. Then, the Earth was more or less one large landmass.
Okay, I didn't know they were going to show this
Over
in the
time,
documentary, too.
this supercontinent separated into what is now essentially the modern globe, leaving coelacanth fossils on every continent except Antarctica.
Oh, and this is no longer true. Because, wouldn't you know it, coelacanth fossils have now been discovered in Antarctica as well. We've got them from all 7 continents. It's pretty cool. They used to be a really, really widespread group of fishes all over the place. All over our planet, in freshwater and marine environments, in the oceans, and in rivers and lakes. North America, South America, Asia, Europe, Africa, Oceania, and Antarctica. They've been found on all 7 of our modern Earth continents. Pretty darn cool. And there you go, Fall Machine, yeah.
These fossils had been...
And Austin, it is difficult to do fieldwork in Antarctica. I mean, just finding exposed rock to be able to... Yeah. Someday, inshallah, I will do some fieldwork in Antarctica. And I will live stream it. Probably not this year. Not this next year in 2026, but maybe the year after. Who knows? We'll see. Yeah. What do you think, Sweetie Pie? I know you would miss me. You would miss me if I went down to Antarctica. A continent for science. But, you know, sometimes science asks these things of us, Sweetie Pie. I know you understand. You're a wise cat. Yeah. Do I have that book, by the way? Continent for science. Few books nowadays, you know. There's a few of them for sure. Sometimes they're hard to track down, especially if I haven't looked at a particular one in a while. But anyway, for instance, it's like a lava lamp. It goes apart and comes back together again. Yeah, that's kind of... It's funny. I've not thought of plate tectonics being like that, but it is kind of like continents split apart, and they come back together. Some subduct under other ones. You know, it's cool how that works. Anyhow, let's continue.
Known to science since the 1830s. They'd been found in widely varying sizes, but with several distinguishing features. An oddly hinged joint in the head. Fins that had a limb-like structure. And hollow fin rays supporting the distinctive tail. The oddly spelled name comes from the Greek, meaning hollow spine.
Yep. So Coela means hollow, and canth means spine.
Name comes from the Greek, meaning hollow spine.
So let's reinforce that concept here. There's a few other different critters with, you know, these different suffixes and prefixes in their names. So coelacanth, hollow spine. You've probably heard of Coelophysis. This dinosaur, if you've ever seen the original Walking with Dinosaurs series, then you've seen Coelophysis. Here they are here. Coelophysis. The name means hollow form on account of the hollow air-filled bones. Maybe you've heard of Acrocanthosaurus. This is Lenina's favorite dinosaur. The name means high-spined lizard. Acro, high, like acrophobia, fear of heights. Canth, cantho, meaning spine. It's named so for the tall neural spines that come off of its backbone. See how they're called spinous processes in the human skeleton, and just about every other critter they're called neural spines. Those projections on the top of the vertebrae. They are high in Acrocanthosaurus, hence high-spined lizard. Acrocanthosaurus. Coelacanthosaurus. What a cool animal. Yeah, coelacanth, hollow spine. Yeah, there's Matriacanthosaurus. There's Haplocanthosaurus. There's so many other dinosaurs with spine in the name. So yeah. Yeah, and Coelurosaur and Coelurosauria. There you go. Ziv said, yeah. That means hollow lizard, Coelosaurus, after their hollow bones. Bird-like. That's where birds got their hollow bones, is from their Coelurosaur ancestors. Anyway, let's continue here.
J.L.B. Smith wrote that finding a living coelacanth was like walking down the street and running into a dinosaur. Scientists were skeptical that the fish in East London was a true living fossil. Even Smith worried that perhaps the coelacanth had lain somewhere in the ocean bed, in some preserving ooze or mud these millions of years. But Marjorie soon assured him that the fish had snapped at its captors before dying.
Yep, it had been alive.
The press played up the idea of a missing...
I mean, think about that. Like, think about how extraordinary a find that is, where J.L.B. Smith, he's like, I know it sounds far-fetched, but maybe this fish is laid somewhere in some preserving ooze at the bottom of the ocean for 50 million years, and somehow the flesh hasn't rotted away for tens of millions of years. Is that a more likely scenario than there being a living species? That's how far-fetched this sounded at the time. He's looking for any other kind of explanation. What if I'm wrong? You know? Again, this is like how a true scientist thinks. What if I'm wrong? What if there exists another scenario in which my hypothesis is not true? You know? You try and think of every conceivable way in which you could be mistaken, or something could appear a certain way, but it isn't really. Like, what is another scenario where my pet hypothesis turns out to be false? You have to explore all of those possibilities, and that's what he was doing. And he really wanted it to be a living coelacanth, but he said, let's not get ahead of ourselves. I know I want this to be true. I'm a scientist. Let's not get too hasty. I got to think about how I could possibly be wrong. You know? Yeah.
Even Smith worried that perhaps the coelacanth had lain somewhere in the ocean bed, in some preserving ooze or mud these millions of years. But Marjorie soon assured him that the fish had snapped at its captors before dying. The press played up the idea of a missing link, an idea also derived from Darwin's theory of evolution. Darwin proposed that life came...
I hate this animation here because it's so misleading. Ugh.
out of the sea, evolving from fishes to amphibians to mammals.
Kind of just goes straight to a person.
Over millions of years. Was the coelacanth a missing link?
No one's proposed that it...
step from water to land. Was this fish the key to understanding our own evolution?
If you want a better picture of how that would actually look... Here we go. This is a much, much better version. Human evolution, from protocells to people. So we do know at this point that not only humans, but all creatures on our planet evolved from a single-celled ancestor that would have looked something kind of like this. I don't know, something bacterium-like. But this is the general parade of different forms as we understand it now. And we've got fossils of all of these critters too. Everything except for the self-replicating RNA molecules We have indirect evidence of this, but everything else we have fossils of. So going from things like Pikaia here, one of the earliest chordates, to things that actually had a backbone. You got your jawless fishes. And then right here you have your coelacanth type fish. Your lobe-finned fish right here. It actually should be closer to something like a lungfish, but that's fine though. Coelacanth, 420 million years ago. Then you have things that look like Panderichthes and Tiktaalik, Acanthostega. Start the transition from what you might call a fish into what you might call an amphibian. Through around here. And then you get your first land-living amniotes. Which I guess are things like these Poderpes here. Yeah, and then into your proto-mammals, your early synapsid type guys. You go through this procession of mammals throughout the Mesozoic, and then you get to finally your primates, things like Carpolestes here. Then you go through here, and you get the people, eventually. So yeah. Where's Gaps? There you go, Pursue. Yeah. So Sheen says we are bug. I mean, if you mean by bug, you mean like creatures with cells. Yeah. We did evolve from a single cell ancestor. As far as we know, all life on Earth did. So here we were trying to figure out what was it, pheasants and turkeys. They link up there, and then they have the same ancestor that goes all the way back to the dawn of life here. The very origins of life, right there.
Utahraptor was the most dangerous dinosaur around.
Wombat Hole, thank you for the 33 months of support. Really appreciate that. That was Papa Jim in that alert there. Maybe some of the new Jim emotes going in the chat. Thank you, Wombat Hole, for the 33 months of support. Really appreciate you keeping me here online for the past 33 months. Holy cow. Yeah. And Starmy says, what would the most distantly related group of animals be to us? Jellyfish, perhaps? Yeah, right around there. Something like comb jellies, maybe? So... let's jump to humans, Homo sapiens here. And sponges, maybe, says Charlie's Dragon? Yeah, well... I think, yeah, sponges might be like one of the most early diverging animal groups. From our perspective. So, yeah, here. Porifera, the sponges. So, yeah, you got to go up pretty far to where we link up with sponges. And yeah, it is right here at the base of animals. So out of all of the animals, sponges are the group that's furthest from us. So there you go. Who said sponges? Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, you're correct. When we're talking about animals, the metazoa here, that's the clade name for animals, is metazoa. That's where metazoa gets its name from. Yeah. The thing that's furthest from us that could still be considered an animal is the sponges. Pretty cool. Yeah. And then the Leucomonoplants, plants, fungi, and animals, plus all have a link. Yeah, Murph. So, here, we can go from... animals to, let's say, plants. We last shared a common ancestor with plants. Here we go. About 2 billion years ago, when the eukaryotes split. So I guess it's pretty much when eukaryotes first arise. I think that's the understanding, at least, is that immediately you have a split between plants and animals. So yeah. And then fungi are closer to animals than they are to plants, as I understand it. So, Morphea, Lobozoa. So yeah, here we go. Plants, animals. So plants in blue, animals in red. Let's get rid of plants and let's do fungi instead, and you'll see that it should be closer to animals. Yeah, see? Animals, fungi, and more. Epistoconta. Animals, fungi, and more. They are allied together. Only about 1.6 billion years ago that animals and fungi split. Does that make sense? So this is not really... It's not going to be based on morphology as much. Not based on how the critters look. It's going to be more based on their DNA, how we've been able to figure this part out. You know? Does that make sense? I think this is mostly a molecular inference here. So yeah. And 1.3 billion years ago. Yeah, what did I say, Charlie's Dragon? Did I say something different? Anyway. Cool. All right. Excellent. Anyway, let's go back to our coelacanth here. There we go. They're at kind of the base of Sarcopterygii. Again, this tree it doesn't really feature extinct animals, so that's why there's only 2 coelacanth species. But you see, both of our species of coelacanth are right here at the base of Sarcopterygii. These are the lobe-finned fishes. You might be thinking, what? What? An opossum? A bird? A lemur? These are fishes? Yes, they are lobe-finned fishes. So as we were talking about earlier, all of the animals with bones evolved from fishes, including mammals like us. So they all went through a stage that looked like this, like the coelacanth, which is pretty cool. That's another one of the reasons why these animals are so fun to talk about, why they're so scientifically important, why they're so fascinating. Here's a critter it's near the ancestry of all the tetrapods. The animals with limbs and bones that... They mostly live on land, but some of them have gone back into the ocean. Things like whales, things like sea snakes, leatherback turtles. All land-living animals with bones. Bingo, Charlie's Dragon. And some of whom had land-living ancestors, but are now oceanic again. Yeah. And, yeah, the ray-fin fishes are not derived from coelacanths. Exactly, Charlie's Dragon. So you've got 2 major groups of fishes. This says bony vertebrates. It could say bony fishes, and it would mean the same exact thing. Because all these critters are fishes, strictly speaking. All mammals, reptiles, amphibians, they're all weird offshoots of fish. They're bizarrely modified fish. Anyway, you've got the lobe-finned fishes and the ray-finned fishes. These ones are the ones that most people think of when they think of fish. Your salmon, your trout, clownfish, halibut, everything else. Ray-finned fishes. These are the bony vertebrates. Critters with legit bones. And then, of course, you have the cartilaginous fishes here. Fish with cartilage skeletons. These are sharks, rays, chimeras, rat-tail fish, like Marjorie Courtney Latimer said in that clip earlier. So anyway, speaking of fishes...
All life came from the sea. And when we realize that life is really just an evolution of forms, these are the closest relatives to our ancestors, and then we intellectually would like to know who was the closest, who was the missing link.
Yep, and now we understand. Coelacanths are right there. Lobe-finned fishes, including tetrapods. Coelacanths are this little offshoot right here. There used to be thousands of species. Now there's 2 that we know of. 2 species. But anyway, they're not quite the closest there's some other fishes that have them beat as being closest to the tetrapods. Who could tell me who they are? Who are the sarcopterygian fishes that are the closest to tetrapods, even closer than coelacanths? Who are they? And we already have a correct answer. Ding, ding, ding. You got it, Activated Complex. It's the lungfish. Yeah, lungfish is here. We'll do some special streams this next year, hopefully, on lungfishes. Those are some of my favorite critters, too. But, yeah. So the lungfishes and the tetrapods form a clade called Dipnotetrapodomorpha. They're right there. And coelacanths are the next closest. There you go. Yeah. Good stuff. Anyway.
These are the closest relatives to our ancestors, and then we, intellectually, would like to know who was the closest, who was the missing link.
John McCusker is an evolutionary biologist at the California Academy of Sciences.
We're dying to know what was that step from the fishes to the amphibians. And when they discovered coelacanth fossils, they said, aha, it must be this thing that walked out of the water. And when they discovered the living fossil, they said, that's it, our ancestor, it's alive.
And this wouldn't be our, even if the coelacanth was ancestral to tetrapods, which it isn't quite, it's close, but it's not quite there. Saying this species is our ancestor, that's not what he means. He means this group as a whole, the coelacanths and their relatives. They are our ancestors. And that's true.
But Marjorie's fish was all they had, and it was only skin and bones. The innards had been lost.
And we were, by such unfortunate circumstances, prevented from being able to find out what most of its body and organs were like.
Were the coelacanth's internal organs like those of other fishes, or more like those of amphibians, reptiles, and mammals?
It turns out, no spoilers, but like it's super weird and not a perfect in between. It's much more fascinating than that, really. But yeah, and there you go. Yeah, this is before Tiktaalik. Exactly, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah.
Therefore became more than normally desirable, really imperative to find more.
And Pursue says they aren't really related, but they look a bit like mini rhizodonts. And that's because the paintings that you've seen of rhizodonts, they are related to rhizodonts, I think, just not super closely. These are in part based on like Latimeria cholumni. So when people are doing illustrations of these fishes, they're using the coelacanth as a model, which is why you get that kind of coelacanthy look here. Is this a... that's Bob Nichols, okay. But yeah. That's why there's so much of a resemblance. That's why you're picking up on that, is... when artists are trying to envision what this animal looked like, they're often using the coelacanth as a model. So yeah.
This would become J.L.B. Smith's life's work, to find another coelacanth, and this time an intact specimen.
J.L.B. Smith was a hard man. He was a very, very focused man, and that tended to turn people off who didn't share his point of view. But if you...
Mike Bruton works today as an ecologist here in South Africa. He studied under J.L.B. Smith.
And he also gave this talk about J.L.B. Smith that we were looking at earlier. There we go.
Amateur mixed gas divers photographed a coelacanth off Hebridean on the south coast.
There we go.
He examined the fish with Marjorie, confirmed it was a coelacanth, and said, "This fish will take you and your museum around the world." And how true those words were. It caused a total sensation worldwide. Media all over picked up the story. And for one of the first times in South African history, South African science was in the international arena.
Murph says, does Tiktaalik have any predecessors or ancestors? Yes. So, here, like we were seeing earlier, Tiktaalik is right here. We have other things like Panderichthys that come before it. So we do have other lobe-fin fishes, other Sarcopterygians that are kind of between Tiktaalik and their ancestor with coelacanths, if that makes sense. Or like any direct ancestors. Pinpointing direct ancestors in the fossil record is always difficult because you can't test the DNA to see if they just look like their ancestors or if they actually are ancestors. So the closest you're going to get is probably Panderichthys. Here we go. This critter here. Which kind of looks like a proto-Tiktaalik because it kind of is. Yeah. Yeah. So we should be able to find some that are even earlier, though. Tetrapodiformes. Yeah, so I guess you could go back to like Eusthenopteron before this, which is another lobe-finned fish. It's not a coelacanth, but it does seem to be closer to the tetrapods than coelacanths are. So like when we get back to this critter, this is almost where the tetrapod lineage meets up with the coelacanths. Does that make sense? Yeah, Eusthenopteron. So before the discovery of critters like Tiktaalik or Panderichthys, or this was kind of the fossil fish that paleontologists would point to and go, this is the ancestor of the tetrapods. Eusthenopteron. So you see this in a lot of old textbooks and stuff. In fact, I betcha if we were to look through some of the old textbooks that I have here, we'd find Eusthenopteron. Let's have a gander. Quite a textbook. It's a more popular book, but prehistoric animals here. Let's have a look. I bet you there might be a Eusthenopteron in here. Because again, that was kind of the standard tetrapod line fish that they would show. Corals, brachiopods, worms, trilobites, ammonites, cephalaspis, pteraspis, jawless fishes, armored fishes, cartilaginous fishes, and Derizon Detra, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Different fish tails. Eusthenopteron. Bingo. There we go. Eusthenopteron, a primitive fish that could crawl out of the water onto land. Could they actually do that? I don't know. But this is the fish that everybody used to point to before we had all these other ones. Panderichthys, Tiktaalik, Acanthostega, things like that. So, yeah. There we go. These fish could be described as a link in the progression from fish to amphibians. They were tough and had specialized lungs and were protected by broad, thick scales. Though it is doubtful they actually left the water to move about on land, they were capable of crawling partly out of the water and breathing raw air. And here we go. Just in time for Fishmas. A fish of this kind made newspaper headlines all over the world in 1938 and again in 1952, when two individual species were dredged up from the ocean near Madagascar. They're promptly called living fossils. Originally, these fish were freshwater dwellers. Full anatomical studies have not yet been made of these two more recent catches. Again, that shows how old this book is. Science is waiting to learn what internal body changes came about that enabled them to live, until the present, in salt water. So there you go. Eusthenopteron. So after the initial discovery of the coelacanth in 1938 by Marjorie Courtney Latimer, after J.L.B. Smith had published this critter in the journal Nature, he was determined to find a second specimen, one that still had the internal organs. He wanted the whole thing. He wanted this very, very badly. This became his obsession for the next decade and a half. And it was a whole saga.
Really imperative to find more.
This would become J.L.B. Smith's life's work, to find another coelacanth, and this time an intact specimen.
J.L.B. Smith was a hard man. He was a very, very focused man, and that tended to turn people off who didn't share his point of view.
He was even crazier than that.
But if you...
Mike Bruton works today as an ecologist.
I'll be right back. I gotta run to the bathroom real quick.
He studied under J.L.B. Smith.
Well, J.L.B. was a remarkable fisherman, and actually predicted that the first coelacanth didn't naturally live off East London, that it was a more tropical, deep-water animal.
Smith felt certain that if coelacanths were native to the highly fished waters off East London, they would have been caught many times before. He reasoned that Marjorie's fish inhabited the deep tropical reefs to the north and had been driven toward East London by currents running down through the Mozambique Channel.
So he distributed leaflets all over the East African coast.
Smith's leaflets in English, French, and Portuguese offered a 100-pound reward, an enormous sum for a local fisherman. But he still faced tremendous odds against finding a second specimen. After all, the coelacanth had proved amazingly adept at eluding discovery.
The age of reptiles.
Follow.
J.L.B. was a fisherman.
Every bird. Appreciate it.
As with the first specimen, caught by trawler fishermen, Smith was counting on those who made a living from the sea.
It's very fresh.
And like Smith, biologist John McCusker knows where to ask when looking for a particular fish.
These men are the best ichthyologists, I'm sure. They know the differences between, the subtle differences between different species, different populations. If you want to find rare fish, you don't go to an ichthyologist or a museum. You go to a fish market. And these guys know fish. I mean, it's their whole life is fish.
The fishermen of the Comoros Islands would prove to be a godsend for J.L.B. Smith.
So the thing is, they had been catching coelacanths for centuries. They knew about this fish already. So when we say discovery of the coelacanth, it's... There's some implied quotation marks around it, you know? It's not the first time that this fish had ever been perceived by human eyes or ever caught by a human being. People have been catching these fishes for a long time, and they recognized that they were something special, but it wasn't like of grand scientific importance to these local people. The coelacanth meant something really, really important for us as scientists, and it was something regal and, you know, worthy of respect to local people who had lived alongside it for a long time. But they weren't really concerning themselves with, like, the evolution of life on Earth and, you know, all of this stuff. They knew that the coelacanth was something special, but there's lots of special things, you know? Am I making sense right now? I hope I am. Nacho says, I caught one in Animal Crossing. There you go. And that is a rare and special thing in Animal Crossing, is it not? Here, let's pull up a clip of that. I'm pretty sure that, if I remember correctly, catching a coelacanth in Animal Crossing is not easy, and it takes specific circumstances, much like in real life. Like, they programmed this into the game. I think it's super cool. I'm not really a video game guy. I don't play games. I really appreciate this. I think this is super cool.
The coelacanth, and yes, that's how you pronounce the name, is one of the long-standing rare fish in the Animal Crossing series. New Horizons is the exception, however it does feel a little bit easier to catch, if you can find it, that is. The coelacanth spawns in the sea all year, during any time of day, but it should be rainy on your island if you want the chance of spotting it. Its shadow size is a little bit larger and generally longer than the sea bass, although this can take some getting used to actually learn and notice. So, you know when it spawns, and you know how it spawns, but you still can't find it? What I ended up doing during my search was walking along the beach, scaring away the smaller fish that were clearly not the one I was looking for. This game is very similar to the older Animal Crossing titles in that the bugs and fish need room to spawn. If you scare away the smaller fish that you don't need, you might stand a better chance of having the coelacanth or, you know, any other bug or fish spawn in. Another
Certainly,
And Obriga, thank you for the follow. Welcome to
discovered.
Paleontologizing.
Many new mysteries waiting to be pondered.
It's good to have you here. Thanks for following, Obriga.
Another way to reset things is to enter and leave a building. I usually use the Resident Services Center. I believe this does reset the bugs and fish on your island, but of course, the game is still so new out, it's not 100% confirmed yet. You'll know you found a coelacanth once you see a particularly long shadow, and if you're using the Joy-Cons or the Pro Controller, the vibration feedback you'll get while reeling this fish in is really intense.
And I love how well rendered it is. I mean, holy cow. It's really good. Like, somebody put in, well, multiple people, so much loving attention to detail here. Oh, it just makes my heart smile, you know? It's so good. It's so good. Claire says it looks like your print. I mean, it really does, doesn't it? Like, yeah, it's excellent.
Weirdly enough, people online are saying that they've actually encountered the coelacanth during mystery tours, even when it wasn't raining. I've yet to find one this way, but if you have, feel free to let me know down below.
Anyway, check that out. Just, oh, it's so good. It's so good. It makes sense that, because Animal Crossing is a Nintendo game, right? And I think the devs working on it are from Japan. Coelacanths are a big deal in Japan. People love coelacanths in Japan, and that actually became kind of an issue at one point. Here we go.
This is one of the famous photographs that Hans took, living up to his promise of being the first person to photograph the live fish in its natural habitat. And he and his crew studied the coelacanth for over 22 years. And
so they were doing this in submersibles, which was super cool.
Because the pattern of white dots on each coelacanth is unique, like a footprint, they got to know not just the species, but
Dr. Terra, Mawsonia, yeah. So Mawsonia was a truly huge coelacanth. I think the biggest one that we have so far is that big compared to a person. So significantly larger than even Latimeria, which is pretty large for a coelacanth. We had a question, how big are coelacanths? The modern species they're big. They're big. Here we go. It's funny how they make the Indonesian coelacanth brown here. It isn't actually brown. It's also blue. But anyway, here's how big the modern ones are compared to a human scuba diver. And then here's Mawsonia. This is the extinct one from the Cretaceous. This is the one that Spinosaurus was eating. Yeah. So yeah, the extinct ones from the Cretaceous, enormous. They could swallow our modern ones whole if they wanted to. But anyway, the modern ones themselves are pretty big. You know? It's a large fish. Anyway.
But individuals within the species, and some of them they tracked over nearly 2 decades.
And so, yeah, as Mike Bruton was saying here, the speckly white pattern on these critters is like a fingerprint. It's unique to each individual. No two have the same pattern like this. And so you can identify individual coelacanths based on that unique patterning.
And it's some of the most detailed research that's ever been done on a fish. So from a fish which everyone thought had gone forever, had gone extinct, it's now one of the best known fish on the planet. A key member of Hunts's team was Karen Hissman, avid conservationist, and here you can see her doing a bit of graffiti in Moroni. This was in response to a Japanese ship that was trying to catch coelacanths, and she wrote there, "Let them be where they are."
So yeah, during I think the 1970s and 80s, I want to say, several Japanese expeditions went to the Western Indian Ocean, and they were trying to capture coelacanths. They wanted to grab a bunch of them so they could take them back to an aquarium, and it probably would have been a disaster. Thankfully, they didn't manage to catch any. But yeah, if they had succeeded, that would have had the potential to drive these animals into extinction. Because then a ton of different aquaria all across Japan would have each wanted a coelacanth, and they could have just depleted the wild population of these animals. So, I don't know. Kudos to her for her and the team for helping fight against this a little bit.
And Hunts and his crew actually did a bit of a mischievous thing. One night, they crept, using their submersible, they found the trap that the Japanese had set in the sea for coelacanths and put a note in it. And the Japanese were horrified the next day to find a note written by humans in their fish trap.
Anyway, it was a whole thing. Yeah. That's the thing about coelacanths is we don't have a great idea of how many of them are actually out there, but it seems like there's not very many. And each individual is probably really precious. Each one is really important for the survival of the species. So they should, leave them where they are. So yeah, and Mariah Art, yeah, the subtitles getting very creative with the coelacanth. Yeah. I hope it said your princess is in another castle. I don't know what it said, Ladina. I love this. So kids, never trust the AI overview. It's usually garbage and incorrect. There's no record of a submersible leaving a note in a Japanese coelacanth trap. Let's see if we can actually find it. It's probably gonna be in one of these, like, top results here. Here we go. Effort to capture fossil fish draws fire. It's almost certainly in this article, you know? Can I do this in Firefox? Will it let me? Let's see. It used to work. I don't think it does anymore. Firefox is kind of going down the tubes, unfortunately. Oh, I might be able to, if I refresh, I might be able to snag the text and copy it into Notepad before it kicks me out. Let's try. Control R, Control A, Control C. All right, let's give that a shot. Okay, we got part of it at least. Let's see. A Japanese aquariumist began an expedition to capture a live coelacanth, a rare fish that was once thought to have died out 90 million years ago. But some prominent scientists vehemently opposed the effort, saying a race to capture specimens could endanger the species. I'm sure there is record somewhere of what the note said or something like that, but I might not be able to find it during the middle of a stream like this. Anyhow.
His crew actually did a bit of a mischievous thing. One night, they crept, using their submersible, they found the trap that the Japanese had set in the sea for coelacanths and put a note in it. And the Japanese were horrified the next day to find a note written by humans in their fish trap.
Anyhow. Yeah, when we're talking about threats to these animals, I feel like we should pull up this video here.
One step closer to understanding their breeding behavior. For Kerry, this is a career highlight.
Just like deep gratitude, and
she's one of the leading coelacanth researchers in the world.
For a long, long time, 24 years. I told the coelacanths, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Big hug for us. Congratulations. It's so cool. Of course, of course. I'm so happy about this part.
Although coelacanths have managed to survive for 400 million years, they now face a new threat.
Yeah.
Oh, what's this?
Uh-oh.
There is something drifting in the water.
Trash, I guess, maybe?
Yeah, I think so. The team are shocked to discover plastic waste, even at these depths.
You just can't escape from it.
Throughout the expedition, they found evidence of human waste products littering the ocean floor.
So many sandbags. Yeah.
And I mean, this is the sort of thing that normally a documentary like this wouldn't feature, you know? Because they're trying to show you these animals in their natural habitat and have all of the awe and wonder of that just presented to you on a silver platter. They don't want to show you all the depressing stuff. They don't want to show you all of the garbage and stuff like that we as human beings produce. Usually, nature documentaries, they're going way out of their way to not show power lines and fences and plastic shopping bags stuck on trees and stuff like that. And here they couldn't do that. They could not make a documentary without at least a few of these things showing up in some of the shots. And I really feel for them. Like, it must have been such a challenge to try and show these animals in their natural environment without all these distracting pieces of trash. And I guess at the end of the day, they just made a decision like, hey, we're just going to show it, you know? We're just going to show people how it really is, you know?
The ancient fish now face a deep-sea home full of our rubbish. And a dead coelacanth has even been found with plastic bags in its stomach.
More
The
fishing gear
coelacanth's
there.
home is often close to human habitation. Strong storms and typhoons carry rubbish deep into areas where the coelacanths live.
It's a serious problem. And Hyper Helen says David Attenborough shows they usually do look at human impact and climate change. They didn't used to. I remember seeing this in the news a little while ago. See if I can find the article, or one of the articles about this. Yeah. Decision to change from showing pristine natural environments to yeah, here we go. So this is a thing. This is from 2019. Attenborough documentaries actively mislead audiences into thinking wildlife is doing fine, scientists warn. Because in trying to produce a nature documentary about nature, often the producers of these documentaries, they want to show you something pristine. They want to focus on the nature part. They don't want to distract you with all the human garbage. And they want it to be some form of escapism, I suppose. So nature is still mostly shown as pristine, and the presence or impacts of people in the natural world very seldom appear, researchers wrote in the paper published in People and Nature. One could argue that by using camera angles to avoid showing any sign of people, nature filmmakers are being disingenuous and even actively misleading audiences, said lead researcher Professor Julia Jones from Bangor University. The viewer may be led to believe that things cannot be that bad for biodiversity, as what they're seeing on the screen shows nature, for the most part, doing fine. Considerable research is needed to investigate how viewing nature, portrayed as threatened or pristine in documentaries, affect people in ways which might ultimately contribute to saving it. So, David Attenborough and his team took notice of this. They're like, we hear you. And in a lot of more recent documentaries, post-2019, the link here, they've pivoted to actually showing the human impacts, showing the garbage, calling attention to that, you know? So yeah. And Murph says, did anyone think it was not staged to a point? I mean, if people are watching these things for escapism, then they probably don't want to think about that, which leads them to not really thinking about that, you know? So yeah. Anywho. Oh no, and you're all good, Science Streams. Hey, I really appreciate the raid right at the beginning of the stream. I hope you had an excellent time at the Georgia Aquarium. I'm gonna have to catch the VOD later. Thank you again for the raid, Clint. I hope you had an excellent time. Merry Fishmas. Thanks for helping us celebrate her. Anyway, so they didn't shy away from showing that here, you know? They didn't shy away at all.
Home is often close to human habitation. Strong storms and typhoons carry rubbish deep into areas where the coelacanths live.
See, look at that. These beautiful shots of coelacanths, and then here's a fishing line right here. Here's a part of a net.
Today, our activities threaten the home of this ancient creature in all of the world's oceans. the 2-week expedition has come to an end.
Anyhow. Again, if you'd like to see this excellent new documentary that's just premiered in September, there's a link. It's up on YouTube now, which is great. There's definitely a culture of disconnect here. There you go, Pursue. That's kind of the impression I got, too, when I was in England, to be honest. We've got the same thing in the United States to a certain extent as well. Yeah. And Tax Art says, I always think about the narrow view they give in documentaries to have prettier shots, and yet I don't think about including the trash and such in my photography for the same reason. Perhaps I should more. I mean, you know this better than anybody, Tax Art. Every photograph you take, there's decisions that you're making there about what to include and what to exclude. It all depends on what you're trying to show, you know? Yeah. But yeah. And Charlie's Dragon, there is more of that in more recent years, and I think that's a positive development, even if it's not always the rosiest perspective, the most fun, the most carefree. Anyway, let's continue here.
The Comoros are a small group of volcanic islands then controlled by the French, just north of Madagascar.
Oh man, I should have had a Comoros Islands flag for today's stream. Maybe next year we'll get one. What does that look like? Oh, it's cool looking. Neat. What an interesting color combination there. I presume that the crescent in the green symbolizes Islam. And then it might be... The red, white, and blue might symbolize, like, French influence, because this was a French colony for the longest time. But that's a guess. I don't know. Let's take a look. Flag only dates back to 2001. Wow. Interesting. The flag has 4 stripes representing the 4 main islands of the nation. Yellow for Moheli, white for Mayotte, red for Anjouan, and blue for Grand Comore. Okay, interesting. The 4 stars on the flag also symbolize the 4 islands. Cool. Are they commercially available? I don't know if I can get a mini one. Get a 5-foot-long one, but that would take up the whole background. I could just print one if I really wanted one. Anyway, Comoros, really cool place, and yeah, good stuff.
Islands, then controlled by the French, just north of Madagascar. Here, men have fished in the same way for over 1,000 years, and were said occasionally to pull out of the water a fish they called gombessa. Comoran fishermen had no idea this fish might shed light on one of the greatest scientific mysteries of all time. But the substantial reward caught everyone's attention. Then, in December 1952, from the Comoros, Smith got the telegram he'd hoped and prayed for 14 years.
This is a really cool story. And Mike Bruton talks about it in his talk here.
And here we meet yet another character, Eric Hunt, on the right. He was a very well-educated man from England. He'd been to top schools there, but he decided on a life of adventure. So he bought a schooner and he was trading between Dar es Salaam, the Comores, and Madagascar. And he met J.L.B. Smith. He saw the reward poster that he'd offering a reward for a coelacanth.
And there's that poster right there. That's so cool. It'd be really neat to like print a copy of that.
And he undertook to try to find one. And when they shook hands and said goodbye, Hunt said, "You'll hear from me," and everyone laughed because they didn't believe it. The Smiths
and then eventually, yeah,
telegram waiting for them from Eric Hunt saying he had found a coelacanth on Anjouan Island. Please come and get it.
And so this is kind of bonkers. Like this, when I was saying that this whole thing could make a phenomenal movie, this would be one of those iconic scenes. J.L.B. Smith, after having distributed leaflets and flyers and told everybody, if you find a coelacanth, let me know about it. We need a
dinosaurs in your dinosaur movie.
Funeral Potatoes, thank you for the follow, and my condolences. But thanks for bringing that follow. I appreciate it. When I said that this would make a phenomenal movie, this is one of these. I just envisioned this as one of these iconic scenes because it's crazy how it happened, you know. And Murph says this next part is nuts, and I have questions about it. Yeah, J.L.B. Smith for 14 years had been trying to track down a second specimen of the coelacanth, and then finally, December 1952, again right before Christmas. Something about coelacanths and Christmas. He gets this telegram.
It came from an English sea trader he'd met in Madagascar, Eric Hunt. Have 5-foot specimen coelacanth. Injected formalin here. Killed 20th. Advise.
So December 20th, 1952. Again, coelacanths in late December. It's a thing.
Smith was beside himself. Did Hunt have enough preservative? It would take weeks to reach the Comoros by boat. By then, the fish might putrefy. He'd not spent all these years searching to let this specimen slip away.
So what does he do, chat? What does he do? It would take weeks to get there by boat. The specimen is surely decaying under the tropical sun. There is some formalin in it, but like he's got to get there ASAP. What does he do? Has a jetpack. Swim. No. Here.
Smith turned to his connections in the South African government.
Yeah, so here.
Now this created a real dilemma for J.L.B. Smith.
Be right back.
Because how do you get to the Comores when there are no regular airlines or sea trips 2 days before Christmas and thinking, the fish is rotting in the tropical heat. Now, he'd previously had bad experiences with politicians. Although Jan Smuts was an established scientist, in addition to being a politician, an ex-president of the Royal Society of South Africa, and a published author, he was not supportive at all of J.L.B. Smith's
yeah, they had
research.
beef for some reason.
But of course, by 1952, Smuts had been put out of power. The National Party had come in, and there was a new array of politicians that J.L.B. had to deal with.
Yeah, and these are the folks who introduced apartheid to South Africa. So, like, not good people. But they were, like, power hungry, and they saw an opportunity with the coelacanth, which is interesting,
And he contacted all of them, the Minister of Transport, Economic Affairs, Internal Affairs, begging them to make a military plane available to take him, as a journalist later said, to take a mad scientist to a foreign country to fetch a dead fish.
That's exactly what happened. Holy cow.
To try to borrow a plane. finally calling on the Prime Minister himself, D.F. Malan.
Malan was at his beach cottage in 1952 when he got that famous phone call from J.L.B. Smith, and he realized that J.L.B. Smith had something important to tell him, that South Africa's prestige was at stake.
As a South African, Mike Bruton remembers the story of the second coelacanth well.
And as a result, Malan eventually gave permission for that military Dakota to fly to the Comores, since been described as a sort of a military aeroplane going to a foreign country, taking a mad scientist to fetch a dead fish.
Yeah. Again, this is like one of these crazy scenes where you could totally see this in a historical dramedy, something like, I don't know, I picture it in the same vein as like The Death of Stalin, you know? Great film. Can't you just picture it? And there's that original plane.
This is Dakota 6832, the one that we flew to fetch the coelacanth in 1952.
Yep.
Major General.
So, here.
Eventually, desperation, late at night, the day before Christmas, he phoned, a day after Christmas, he phoned the Prime Minister, Dr. D.F. Malan. And it so happened that Malan was a keen angler, and he had a copy of the Smith Sea Fishers book on his bedside in his holiday cottage in the Strand.
So he's like, I'm getting a call from a fish scientist. And he's like, okay, Smith, interesting. And then he like looks on his nightstand and there's the book, The Fishes of South Africa by J.L.B. Smith. And he's like, oh, okay, yeah.
And he realized the man who wrote that book would not phone him for a trivial reason. And quite remarkably, Malan agreed on the spot to provide a military aeroplane and crew, Dakota, to fly Smith to the Comores to fetch his fish. And this Dakota is the only one in its class. It's still in flying condition.
Yep.
It's called the Flying Fish Cart, and it's at the Asa Flat Air Force Base in Cape Town. So J.L.B. Smith was collected in Durban. They flew up the coast of Mozambique. And the remarkable thing about this trip is they didn't even know if there was an airstrip big enough in the Comores for them to land.
So, again, you could picture this as a scene in a movie, you know? There's so much dramatic and comedic potential in this. Here they are in this World War II plane, military plane. They're flying across multiple nations in Africa, and then they cross the ocean into a French territory. They're not supposed to be there. They're in a military aircraft. They don't know if there's an airstrip long enough for them to be able to land on. They don't know if, you know, at any moment French fighter planes are going to appear over the horizon and shoot them down. Like, anything could happen, you know?
Such was their faith in the crew and in the aircraft, they went anyway. And as they arrived near Dzudzi, and they circled the airstrip, J.L.B. Smith asked Commandant Blow, is the strip okay for us to land? And Blow said, no, it's not.
So what do you think they did? Is the airstrip okay for us to land? No. What do they do?
And J.L.B. Smith said, well, what are we going to do? And he said, well, we're going to land anyway.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
So they landed, and there was Captain Hunt at the airport, who then took him to the schooner and opened the box where the coelacanth was lying.
Just amazing.
General Duncan Ralston was a lieutenant at the time and the senior navigator on the flight that took J.L.B. Smith to the Comoros.
Professor Smith actually sat about here, and he was so tense and so excited.
We had a long flight over the sea with almost no navigation aids, but we landed, and there was the fish.
The fish smelled strongly of the formaldehyde Hunt had used to try to preserve it. And it was a bit the worse for wear, having been carted across the island by the fishermen who caught it.
Yep. But it was intact.
Nevertheless, after 14 years of searching, Smith finally had his coelacanth.
Incredible.
I could not bring myself to touch it. And I knelt down to look, and I'm not ashamed to say that after all that long strain, I wept.
Professor Smith insisted that we get this fish back to the aeroplane and take off as quickly as possible.
Yep.
I'm not sure to this day whether we did in fact have proper diplomatic clearance to land at the island.
They did not. No, it's very clear that they did not. The French were not happy about this. They're like, oh, we own these islands. You know, they belong to us because we're French. These islands off the coast of Africa, between mainland Africa and Madagascar. French were not happy about this, and they had a grudge about it for a long, long time. This could have sparked an international... Well, it kind of was an international incident. It could have sparked a war, you know?
Or to take the fish away. I know subsequently the French government were enormously cross about the whole affair because they felt it belonged to them. So
these colonialists. Oh, boy. Maybe you can claim emergency in retrospect, though? No. I mean, like, this was very premeditated, baby. It was an emergency landing only in the sense that, like, they didn't plan things out and didn't know if there was a proper landing strip on the other end. So, yeah, begun the fish wars have, died Thomas Attack.
So we flew back. We had to fly the fish down to Cape Town because Dr. Malone wanted to see it. Dr. Malone said when he saw the fish, "Boy, it's very ugly," and he
Yeah, very ugly. Look who's talking. This guy's a real piece of work.
"Is this where we came from?"
Milan was a creationist, and the
I said not a good guy? He's a creationist? Okay, lots of people are creationists. You know?
and the father of South African apartheid.
Not a good guy. Not a good guy. Yeah. So this is the Prime Minister of South Africa at the time. In many ways, he is responsible for apartheid. So yeah, grody dude. You're right, Lenina. Yeah. But again, you know, if you were to make a film about this, lots of potential for drama and comedy there, you know? This whole meeting here, think about what, like, somebody like an Ian Uche could do with this, you know? Yeah. Oh, boy.
Ugly. And is this where we came from?
Milan was a creationist and the father of South African apartheid. Aiding Smith in his evolutionary research was dangerous politically. But South Africa's prestige was at stake, and Milan welcomed the publicity.
This is Movie Joe. Donald Marston reporting. Meet Professor Smith of Grahamstown, South Africa, with a model of that famous fish, the coelacanth.
Coelacanths are close relatives of the fish that scientists consider as the ancestor of all land animals. The coelacanths have lived for probably 350 million years, and in that time they have changed but little.
Yes, the professor says the fish is a kind of ancestor of man. Poor fish.
Oh boy, yeah. Yeah, it is over 400. I mean, back at the time, so radiometric dating was still kind of coming into its own at the time. So, you know, during the 1950s, you would still hear figures like, oh yeah, dinosaurs died out 20 million years ago, 30 million years ago, 50 million years ago. It wasn't really until like the late 1950s that I think there really started to develop a consensus around how long ago the Mesozoic was, So yeah.
In his lab, Smith began the first ever dissection of a coelacanth, peering into a world never before accessible to science.
Yep.
What he discovered was that the coelacanth is different in many ways from all other modern fish.
It's really strange. It's not like when we say that coelacanths are, that they haven't ceased evolving. There's probably a lot of weird aspects of its anatomy that it's picked up since the Mesozoic internally. It's not like this perfect in-between separating or joining tetrapods to other bony fishes. There's all kinds of weird surprises in there, which is really fascinating. And they talk about that in the other documentary here. So some of the things are in-betweens, like the limbs.
Animals.
There we go. Yeah, when we're talking about lobe-finned versus ray-finned fishes, this is a great introduction to that concept right here.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah.
Its fins have a thick, fleshy base, a characteristic feature of an ancient group called the lobe-finned fish.
See, lobe fin, you get it?
The fins of most modern-day fish are connected to the body in a way that enables them to flap.
Yep,
but
they're really wispy.
More.
A lobe-finned fish, they've got muscles there,
The coelacanth's fins, however, are much larger and have a row of bones attached to thick muscles, which gives the fins much greater strength.
Bingo.
This arrangement is also found in the limbs of most land animals today and suggests they share a common ancestor. Scientists have long puzzled over how animals first hauled themselves out of the water and onto land. The coelacanths may provide
and they get airspace, exactly. Yeah.
Their fleshy fins.
Yeah, so Mayor Space and Charlie's Dragon both make a really good point here. Charlie's Dragon says it's like how chimps can be used as an approximation for what the apes leading to them and us could have looked like, but chimps are still their own thing and have lots of things the most recent ancestor didn't. Exactly, Charlie's Dragon. And coelacanths are the same way. There's a lot of interesting tricks up their sleeve that they have developed that their common ancestor with tetrapods did not have. They've got a lot of cool, neat, weird things that their predecessors didn't.
May have led to limbs with an upper arm, a forearm, and
arm.
fingers and toes.
Tiktaalik there. Or Pandoricthes and then Tiktaalik, yeah.
And that enabled the first backboned animals to crawl out onto land. Whilst the evidence from the fossil record is compelling, it can't show us exactly how these ancient creatures moved. At the University of Chicago, evolutionary biologist Dr. Neil Shubin has been trying to solve this puzzle for years and is very excited by the team's discoveries.
It's like it's a fish with arms. That's what's amazing. So the way they swim is with movements of an arm. They're doing this.
Yep.
It's not just a little paddle. It's has bones inside that can move much like our own arm bones. Look at that turn around.
Yeah,
Closer look at the
bonkers.
footage.
So again, I love that this is such a small scale documentary. It's like they have this huge research vessel and these manned and unmanned submersibles, and they're taking super high res footage of these coelacanths, and that's it. They examine it. They see them do some cool, weird things. And that's enough to make a fascinating documentary. Just that little motion right there that the coelacanth did. It's like, just that. You could talk about this for an hour.
Reveals some important details of how the coelacanth uses its frontal or pectoral fins. It appears to rotate each fin as if it were trying to stroke its own head.
Watch that again.
Slowed down, we can see the movement more clearly.
Yep.
By superimposing the bone structure onto the fin, we can see that the bone bends at each joint, allowing for this wide range of movement.
Yep. How cool is that?
Even the scientists themselves are surprised by this.
That's bonkers that it can do that, you know? How weird and cool is that?
Even the scientists themselves are surprised by this revelation.
I haven't seen it like this, no. I can make guesses, hypotheses, about how those bones actually moved. But I don't really have the creature to look at. I'm inferring it from a skeleton. But when I see a video like this, I begin to see a living creature and how those bones are used. So it allows us to interpret those fossils in whole new ways.
It sounds, yeah.
As we study these fish, we understand something about ourselves. I find that very powerful and very beautiful. And when we look at creatures like this, we see the evolutionary history we share with fish.
On land, these bony and flexible structures supporting the body would have then gradually evolved into well-muscled legs. Over time, those early limbs evolved into many different forms. Sturdy legs for walking on land, light wing bones for taking to the sky,
There you go.
and dexterous hands capable of grasping.
How cool is that? That, like, those three critters right there all inherited those limbs from a common ancestor, which would have looked a lot like a coelacanth. All from a close relative of the coelacanth. That's homology, baby. Exactly, Claire. Yeah. Yeah.
They evolved to meet the needs of different habitats, and as a result, life on land became rich and varied. The coelacanth's fins led to limbs suited to movement on land, and so paved the way for all terrestrial life and our own evolutionary history.
Pretty cool. How cool is that, you know? Coelacanths. So some of the first observations of these the musculature, the internal organs, everything apart from the skin and the skull bones and stuff. J.L.B. Smith was the first person to really be able to study this. And he was so excited to be able to do that.
That the coelacanth is different in many ways from all other modern fish. Not only did it have strange limb-like fins, it had no real backbone.
I don't know, Claire.
Instead, Smith found a more primitive structure called a notochord.
This is part of the notochord of the coelacanth that was dissected here. And it's simply a hollow tube. It's a gristly tube which extends from just behind the brain right through into the tail. and it's filled with a light oil under a very slight pressure.
So they don't have like tetrapod vertebrae in the modern sense. They have a weird other system going on, a different special thing that they've evolved, which is really interesting.
This kind of oil-filled skeletal structure is unique. Most adult vertebrates have well-developed backbones, especially those that live on land, including human beings.
The entire fish is filled with oil. There's not a single air sinus in the fish. So, like a diver's depth gauge, it's incompressible, which, in theory anyway, would allow it to swim on at depths of 1,000 meters or more.
But it was the limb-like fins that really caught the attention of Smith and the world. They had their own internal skeleton, more like our limbs than the fins of a normal fish.
So again, that clip that we just saw with Neil Shubin, really limb-like fins, that's very similar to a tetrapod, but then the backbone is very different. They've gone in a weird other direction where they've evolved like a different kind of system with these oil-filled cavities in order to help them better survive at depth. It's such an interesting combination of traits. Some of them very tetrapod-like the limbs. Other things not, like their weird notochord.
As you see, the fins are more like paddles than ordinary fins. Indeed, our arms were developed from a pectoral fin like that of this fish.
Yeah, and so Murph was asking about this earlier, and I feel like we should go over that.
I have no doubt.
Here we go. We have a good model of a coelacanth that we can get in 3 dimensions. Here we go. Excellent. So Murph is asking, hey, tetrapod, that means 4 limbs. But coelacanths have more than that. So what? What's going on here? So in coelacanths, these fins, the pectoral fins, do correspond to our arms. And then these ones here, which are the second pectoral fins, I think? There's 2 of them right there. These are the legs, effectively, in a tetrapod. And then you have the anal fin right here. That disappeared and the ancestor of the tetrapods. So this they did away with. Same with the second dorsal fin and the first dorsal fin. There's some tetrapods that have re-evolved dorsal fins. Dolphins, whales, cetaceans, they've got a dorsal fin like this. Ichthyosaurs, mosasaurs, possibly marine crocs. It's not impossible, I guess. Some of them may have developed dorsal fins as well. But that's not something they inherited from this ancestor. It's like a new thing that they came up with. It would have a different structure, no bones in it, all that. Just soft tissue. But with these guys in a coelacanth, there's bones in here, and there's bones in here, and in all the other fins too. I guess there's no bones here. These are just hollow fin rays. But these lobes on the lobe fins of this lobe fin fish, they got bones in there. But at some point, our ancestors got rid of those. So, like, right here, between the coelacanth ancestor and something like Panderichthys, they got rid of those. Yeah. So you've just got 1, 2, 3, 4 limbs in your tail. So at some point, they got rid of these. Interesting, right? Yeah. Octopod. Well, let's see. 1, 2. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That's tetrapod. Plus 5, 6. Sextopod? Yeah. Any. Yeah. And Demon Prince says, would that be a new development in a way? That the genetics needed to redevelop them? Or could that be dorsal fins have been gradually reactivated? No, that's a new thing. Yeah. So, in evolution, it's extraordinarily rare, or maybe even, like, unheard of, to redevelop a structure that has been lost and have it redevelop in exactly the same way. Usually it's way easier to just develop a new thing than redevelop something that's been lost. There's a name for this. We call this Dolo's Law. Dolo's Law of Irreversibility. So, from the old form, so let's say there's a situation in which lobe-finned fishes, they've lost their second dorsal and anal fin here. They don't have it anymore, but there's some sort of evolutionary pressure where they kind of need something like that again. So they start off here where it's been lost, and they need to get to where they have it again. What do? Reverse evolution, where they just develop the same thing over again? Like, using the same bones and the same arrangement and everything else? That almost never happens.
And here we have one of the most extraordinary events to take place on our planet. The gift of 100 subscriptions to Paleontologizing.
Holy cow! Twitch! Thank you so much! I don't know what to say. Thank you. Santa dropping by. Merry Fishmas. Twitch. Holy cow. I'm gonna put this on. Thank you. Twitch. I don't know what to say. Thank you for that extraordinary generosity there. There's 100 people who won't have to watch a single ad for the next month. Thank you kindly. I appreciate that more than you know. Here we are talking about the mechanics of evolution, talking about fossil fishes found alive like the coelacanth, and I appreciate that more than you know. Holy cow. Thank you for supporting science outreach on this platform. And Red Panda Party, thank you for the 5 months. Really appreciate it. Superb. Paid B says, whoever that was, thank you. Yeah. Holy moly. While I've got maybe somebody from Twitch watching right now, I just want to say how grateful I am to be here on this platform, to be able to do science outreach full time. This is a dream come true for me as a paleontologist. To be able to fund my research and fieldwork and travel while doing outreach. That's extraordinary. I've been so eager to share this with my colleagues over the past few years, talking with other paleontologists about doing live stream outreach like this, and it's, well, goodness. When I was at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology conference in the UK last month,
it's squashed completely flat. The bone wall is so thin, it's about the same dimension as the wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir in it. Well, that's what this thing is like.
Here we go. Thank you, Sketchy Tracks. Here. This is my research poster that I presented at SVP at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting in Birmingham in the UK last month. Talking to my colleagues about how live streamed science outreach just hits different from like edited videos or written accounts or whatever else you want to like share with the public. When you can talk to people live, interact with them via the chat, it's immensely impactful, you know? It's been such a joy to be able to do this kind of outreach here, and I'm I don't know, being able to represent my science and natural history in general to a live audience is a tremendous privilege, and being able to share Twitch with my colleagues like I was doing at this conference, that's a privilege too. That's kind of how I see this role as an ambassador. Like, what does that mean? This is how I'm trying to do that, you know? Be an ambassador between Twitch and the scientific community and the public. So I'm tremendously grateful for those 100 gift subs, just for the opportunity to be able to do this day in and day out. It's so fulfilling. I appreciate that, Twitch. Thank you, thank you. Holy cow. Shane says Twitch is such an amazing platform for outreach. It really is, and we've got a growing number of scientists here, which is really cool. Science Streams and Volcano Doc and Nerdoino and Moo Hoodles and Shark Geek and a number of other people. Diatom's Attack is probably here in the chat right now. Yeah, it's a special place, Twitch. And there's tremendous potential for science outreach here. Yeah, I'm grateful. Lenina says, this virtual classroom is one of my favorite places. I appreciate that, Claire. Lenina and Claire in the chat. It's one of my favorite places, too. Good stuff. Here, we'll get back to our video here on coelacanths. And I feel like I should do a quick little station break. For anybody unfamiliar with the story of the coelacanth, is this the one that we were looking for? Nah. Just looking for a quick, punchy little video describing, showcasing this story. It was on this very day, December 22nd, 1938, that a kind of fish that had been thought to have been extinct for tens of millions of years until a live one was discovered. And there used to be a couple of really good videos about this. We'll take a look at this one from Ted Ed. This'll do. Warning, the following film contains the best story you'll hear about a fish all day.
The dead coming back to life sounds scary, but for scientists, it can be a wonderful opportunity. Of course, we're not talking about zombies. Rather, this particular opportunity came in the unlikely form of a large, slow-moving fish called the coelacanth. This oddity dates back 360 million years and was believed to have died out during the same mass extinction event that wiped out the dinosaurs 65 million years ago.
Because that's the thing, is that these have been well known as fishes in the fossil record, and then they disappear from the fossil record at the end of the Cretaceous. So everyone assumed, yeah, of course they went extinct, along with 60, 70, 80% of all other species on Earth went extinct at that time. Of course. It was a reasonable, not even assumption, it's just well, of course it was like that. Nobody gave it a second thought. Until...
To biologists and paleontologists, this creature was a very old and fascinating...
I think we have a clip of this, but anyway, I think this is funny. It's biologists, and is this what we look like as paleontologists? Anyway.
But entirely extinct fish, forever fossilized. That is, until 1938, when Marjorie Courtenay Latimer, a curator at a South African museum, came across a prehistoric-looking, gleaming blue fish hauled up at the nearby docks.
Yep.
She had a hunch that the strange 1.5-meter-long specimen was important, but couldn't preserve it in time to be studied and had it taxidermied. When she finally was able to reach J.L.B. Smith, a local fish expert, he was able to confirm at first sight that the creature was indeed a coelacanth.
Yep.
But it was another 14 years before a live specimen was found in the Comoros Islands, allowing scientists to closely study a creature that had barely evolved in 300 million years.
And that's a misconception. It has evolved quite a bit. It's just superficially similar, but there's a lot of subtle differences. To a coelacanth expert, they'd be like, yeah, those ones from the Cretaceous are totally different. We talked about this earlier. So yeah, here's our modern one, Latimeria chelumnae and Latimeria manatoensis, the two living species in genus Latimeria. They look pretty similar to things like Macropoma, I guess. But there's so many other crazy kinds of coelacanth from back in the Mesozoic and Paleozoic eras. They've changed quite a bit. They're just... yeah. It's not that they haven't changed. The thing that's crazy is that they're still around. We assumed they were extinct, and they're not. You know? So yeah. And Starmy says, are coelacanths unique in this? Are there other groups of animals disappearing from the fossil record and then popping up way later? There's a few other examples, yeah. Actually, the one that I'm thinking off the top of my head is not an animal.
We unravel some of the mysteries of these incredible creatures from our past.
Holy cow, Casey Snowards. Merry Fishmas to you, Casey. Holy cow. How was your stream, Casey Snowart? I hope it was really, really good. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We've got a bunch of cool new people here joining us. Well, folks, we're talking about this critter today.
Now, the dinosaurs rule.
Super Gimpo Man, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Here, let me put on my my Fishmas hat. It was on this very day, December 22nd, 1938, that this woman here, Marjorie Courtenay Latimer, made a remarkable discovery. Makeup stream for missing last week due to the... Oh, gotcha, Casey. Cool. Well, I hope it was good. Thank you for bringing everybody over. This is awesome. Here, I feel like maybe it's time to bring out our favorite video here. Well, I'll do that in just a minute. I'll explain the whole coelacanth thing. You do not want to miss this story. It is super, super cool. It has everybody's favorite things. Scientific discovery, adventure, people who are going against the grain and then it turns out that they were right all along, and Christmas. But before that, here, for anybody who might be new to this channel, is wondering, well, what's this all about? Here's a quick little channel trailer. This is me. This is my channel.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs. A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur. I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. Oh yeah, welcome to Paleontologizing. Oh, and thank you for that link there, Casey. Excellent. Oh, this is fantastic. We were talking about this a couple weeks ago. The Endangered Species Act. I'm trying to say that this is superb. Thank you, Casey. Good stuff. One such endangered species, one that doesn't occur in U.S. waters as far as we know, but is still very much a remarkable endangered species. What's this? There. I was going to save this toward the end of the broadcast, but no, we've got a bunch of cool people here who came in with Casey Snow Arts. I figure this is the ideal time to show this. Getting into the Fishmas spirit here. Wait for the song to finish. I love the animation style here with the paper cutouts.
You have this fish it's like a sort of living time machine.
It was like looking at a dinosaur. This creature that has been around for 400 million years.
It was December the 22nd, 1938.
Fishmas Day.
On this hot December day in East London, South Africa.
And again, it was a hot day. This is the middle of the summer in the southern hemisphere. You gotta remember that.
A trawler came into town and deposited its load of fish, and the trawler captain had a habit of keeping any odd-looking, interesting specimens and giving them to the curator of the local museum, Marjorie Courtney Latimer.
She loved nature so much, and she wanted to make the museum's collections the best they possibly could be. And so she went down to the harbour side. She describes picking through this big pile of slimy fish and eels, and then suddenly she saw poking up this sort of strange blue fin.
She's like, that's weird.
It's a very distinctive kind of fish with strange, fleshy, limb-like fins. This thing was like nothing she had ever seen.
She said to the chairman of the museum, "I think this is something really special." He went, "Oh no, little Latimer, it's just a rock cod."
So many people they didn't trust her. Oh, Marjorie Courtney Latimer, you didn't go to school for this. You don't know what you're talking about, you know. I think it was the director of the museum actually told her, like, "Oh, Marjorie, all your geese are swans, you know? You're always saying that things are far more beautiful or extraordinary than they really are." And they told her off. But you know what? She was right.
But she knew in her gut that it was something different. She thought, well, I've got to find a way to preserve it.
Just the determination here, the creativity, like against all odds, she was trying to preserve this fish for science. She didn't know exactly what it was. It was a new species, you know? She knew it was something special.
Set off on Christmas Eve in East London.
She tried to get the local cold storage company to take care of it.
They said, "Oh, no way, go away."
Myosaurs always ate their vegetables.
And Laura G. Hauk, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
She tried to get a local mortuary to embalm it.
They said, "Oh, we can't have any stinking fish here." She said, "Why? All the other people in here are dead anyway."
I mean, like, I've been saying for this whole broadcast that this would make a phenomenal movie, you know? There's so many different parts of this that could make an excellent, like, historical dramedy. Nobody's done it yet. Ripe for the picking.
So eventually it was given to a taxidermist.
And she thought, well, I've got to find someone to identify this fish. And she immediately thought of Professor J.L.B. Smith.
Yep.
Who was the only ichthyologist in South Africa.
South Africa didn't actually have professional ichthyologist at the time. He was a chemist by trade and a chemistry professor, but ichthyology was his passion, and he kind of did that as a side gig. He was the right man for the job. I mean, there wasn't anybody else in the whole country.
She drew a rough little drawing.
And I have that drawing here on the wall, by the way. This is my copy of it. Let me show this off. But as we were talking about earlier, this is one of the most iconic images of 20th century zoology. This drawing that she made. And she sent that off to J.L.B. Smith, who was on holiday at the time.
And sent a letter. As soon as he saw the fish, he walked round and round it slowly.
He practically fainted.
He said it was like bombs going off in my head, and I was seeing the shape of a fish nose.
Imagine that feeling.
From fossils.
It's such a characteristic shape. It's like the outline of a Viking ship.
Yep. And that silhouette, I mean, that's why I could do a silhouette like this and put it on this hat and it would be instantly recognizable. It really is just, it's unmistakable. There's nothing else like it.
It's such a characteristic shape. It's like the outline of a Viking ship.
This was the coelacanth, a fish that was thought to have become extinct 65 million years ago. It was like a dinosaur had just come into your living room.
You know, 400 million years ago, these were just a bunch of fishes, very much like other kinds of fish that were around at the time. But now they are these absolute anomalies. There's nothing else like it on the planet.
They had, in fact, made the discovery of the century.
And so I talked about this earlier, but this idea that there's this tiny little museum in South Africa, practically zero budget. This is not a museum that was super well supported by the community or anything, and Marjorie Courtney Latimer is trying to hold this whole place together herself. She is curator of the museum. She's like part-time director. She's secretary. She's custodian. She's like collections manager. She's everything. And she and J.L.B. Smith agreed, we're not going to take this incredibly important specimen and let them send it off to London or something like that. We're going to keep it here in little old East London, South Africa, this little town. And we're going to let this draw people to our museum. And they did. It was like everybody in the town came to see this. People came from all over the country. People came over from other countries to be able to see this.
Was given the name Latimeria chalumnae in honor of Marjorie Courtney Latimer.
Without her, the specimen wouldn't have been preserved.
The key excitement was the fact that this was such an obvious living fossil.
Charles Darwin came up with the term. It's sort of dumb in a way, because if it's alive, it can't be a fossil. Well, what it means is there's an early fossil record, then a total gap, and then there happens to be a living one. It doesn't mean that hundreds and hundreds of its relatives haven't become extinct.
And so we were talking about this. It doesn't mean that they've not continued to evolve. It doesn't mean that these are exactly like the ones from the fossil record, because it's not. Here's our modern coelacanth, and there have been so many other kinds that we have from the fossil record. These are just ones that are really well represented by fossils, and we know the whole silhouette. We know their outline and everything. Modern one is not exactly like those ones from the Mesozoic or the Paleozoic, but it's still a coelacanth, you know? And this is a group we thought was entirely extinct. I say we, I mean scientists prior to 1938. So it's not that it's unchanged. It certainly has changed, but it's a member of this group that we thought was completely gone, you know?
One of the things that I love about the coelacanth is that it's seen history past.
When the coelacanths first appeared as one lineage of lobe-finned fishes, among other similar-looking forms, well, what can you say about the world? They shared the waters with strange, armored, jawless fish with sucker-like mouths.
Yep.
One lineage of their close relatives started nosing around in the shallows, and then I suppose from the coelacanth's perspective just sort of disappeared out of view as they emerged up onto the land.
I like to sort of think of the coelacanth saying, bye and good luck.
We get into the period of the coal swamps, producing so much oxygen that it becomes possible for dragonflies the size of falcons and millipedes longer than a man. The world is suddenly struck by a gigantic mass extinction. Something like 90% of all species disappear.
Yep.
Coelacanths sort of keep going. They're perhaps taking a bit of a knock, but there are quite a lot of them.
A lot of coelacanth species went extinct. Some survived into the Mesozoic.
Another huge mass extinction. Then mammals diversify on the land, primates emerge. One primate lineage starts standing up on its hind limbs, starts speaking, and here we are.
Here we are.
And meanwhile, coelacanths, well, they haven't really changed.
Changed a bit, but they're still coelacanths.
That is a truly astonishing thing. For me personally, it is just that the world should have such things in it. That it should be possible to see this kind of improbable ghostly messenger from the very deep past.
And I just hope that the coelacanth manages to outlive us all and keep going and witnessing what is to come.
Agreed. So both of the living species of coelacanth are considered endangered. They might say that here. Yeah. We don't know a whole lot about them, how many there are, but they are thought to be rare. Beautifully done. Here's a link to this video here. Just exquisite. So that was produced 9 years ago. If you're looking for more coelacanths, well, you're in luck. There is a new documentary that has just come out. In September. We were watching some clips from it earlier. If you just stumbled in.
Ancient past.
I'll share this with you. It's just popped up on YouTube.
The island of Sulawesi in Indonesia.
So now we know there's a second species of coelacanth. Not just off the east coast of Africa, but in Indonesia as well.
And the waters around it contain some of the richest coral reefs in the world.
Green sea turtle.
This is Ocean Explorer, a vessel specially equipped for deep-sea research.
By the way, early January, I'm hoping to interview a fellow paleontologist from just down the road from me in Berkeley. She has worked on ocean vessels, a lot like this one, collecting specimens and gathering data, and looking forward to doing an interview with her. That is going to be really cool. Anyway, I'll give you the link to this. Good stuff. Timber Squanch, Merry Fishmas to you too. Just got off work? Congrats. Anywho. Future-proof Visuals wanted to know, do you know by chance how many species, how species are deemed extinct? Like, how do they determine there's none left? That's a good question. So there's organizations like the IUCN, the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, and they sometimes make these determinations. So they have the red list, So there's various different lists of which creatures are considered endangered versus vulnerable versus extinct in the wild versus least concern. IUCN is the one that I think most people they're the most prominent of such organizations. And they put out the list that I think is best respected. They will sometimes declare species to be extinct if usually it is a case-by-case thing, but usually it's like, okay, this species has not been observed alive in the wild for 2 years, 10 years, 20 years, something like that. And if enough field researchers have gone out and looked for it and come up empty-handed, then they say, well, we can make a determination it is probably extinct. That's typically how this sort of thing goes, as I understand it. So here's a page on their assessment process here. I'll give you a link if you want more data on that, if you want more information. Like, could we just stumble across a dodo one day, says Future Proof Visuals. For the dodo especially, the answer is no. Because the dodo only ever lived on one island called Mauritius. So it's from a small place. It's pretty well studied. If dodo were still there, we would know about it, you know? So yeah. Also, species need a minimum population size in order to continue. You can't have just like a single individual. That would be considered extinct in the wild or functionally extinct. So that's something that Casey Snowart has been talking about a lot with her work with the vaquita. Fortunately for them, even though there's only probably fewer than a dozen left in the world right now, at least fewer than 20, there's enough of a gene pool there that if we can allow those critters to survive, from that few number, they can still replenish their population. There's not that much of a genetic bottleneck where they are doomed to extinction. They can recover. But you need like a minimum population size. And the minimum population size for different species is going to vary. Famously, the passenger pigeon, which went extinct in the 20th century, there used to be flocks of literally millions or even tens of millions of these birds. They would blot out the sun as they would fly over a landscape. There were so many that everyone said, well, we'll always have passenger pigeons. And people systematically exploited them. Like, there was slaughter of these poor birds on an industrial scale. And it seems like the minimum population number for these animals was probably really high. And then they took so much abuse from people, like people killed so many of them that I guess they slipped below that population threshold, whatever it was. And then they just continued to decline and decline and decline. And it was like, it happened so fast. Now they're all gone. Again, there used to be tens, if not hundreds of millions, if not billions of these birds. I don't know what we don't really have a strong consensus on how many there were, but it was just an unfathomable number. But something about them, their biology, their social structure, the way that they would forage, the way they would defend it, something like that. That was key to them being what they were, is there needed to be a lot of them. So enough of them got killed off that they all disappeared. That threshold must have been important, I guess. So yeah. Anyhow, we don't know what the population number of either species of coelacanth is nowadays. you look it up on the IUCN website. The Sulawesi coelacanth in Indonesia is considered vulnerable, and the West Indian Ocean coelacanth, Latimeria chelumnae, is considered critically endangered. Again, we don't have a great idea of their population size, but we know that they reproduce extremely slowly. So a female coelacanth is pregnant for like 3 years before she gives birth. And she gives birth to fully developed live young. She doesn't lay eggs. And so if a bunch of adult coelacanths are killed off and their population takes a knock, it can take them decades maybe to replenish those numbers. So yeah. Mark Melvin, thank you so much for the 10 gift subs right there. Really appreciate that, Mark Melvin. Thank you. For your generosity. There's 10 very lucky chatters who are just as excited as this Tinamou bird, I think. Who are not rare, thankfully. There's a lot of them around. And, oh, shoot! Oh, don't worry. I'm sure he'll be fine. But yeah. Thankfully, Tinamou... Here, I'll show you. Tinamou. Least concern, non-threatened, least concern. They're doing pretty well, the Tinamou. They're very resistant to spontaneous combustions. I would hope so, Casey. For that one's sake, at least. But anyway, with coelacanths, they are predatory fishes, so they eat other fish and squid and things like that. And with predators, usually you have far fewer predators than you do have critters that are lower on the food chain. You know, famously, it takes a lot of wildebeest to feed one lion. Here. There's a diagram in here that I can show you. Predator-prey ratios. There we go. So depending on their metabolism, you can have different numbers of predators in an ecosystem, but here we go. On one lion, an endotherm, a warm-blooded animal, high metabolism, consumes on average about the same as 10 crocodiles, i.e. 10 times more than a similar-sized crocodile. So you need a lot of prey animals to support one predator in an ecosystem, especially if that predator has a high metabolism, if it needs a lot of food. If it's not getting its warmth from the sun, like crocs do, if it's getting its warmth from burning calories, then it needs a lot of calories. Coelacanths, similarly, are predatory animals, so they're not going to have a huge population size, even if they don't have a high metabolism, which it doesn't seem like they do. Anyway, they reproduce really slowly. They are predators, so there's not going to be that many of them in a given environment necessarily. And they might be pretty choosy in terms of, not choosy, they need a specific kind of habitat. They like these rocky underwater escarpments, underwater caves and cliff edges and things like that. They like deep water rock formations. That's where they hang out, that's where they find their food, that's where they breed. So yeah. Anyhow, they seem like lurkers to me, says RB42. I mean, we were laughing about that earlier. Because they very much are. Here, I'll show that clip again. Just because I thought it is really funny. Oh, and thank you, Otter Do It, for the 10 gift subs. Hey, I appreciate that very much. Holy moly. Another 10 chatters won't have to watch any ads for the next month, thanks to you, Otter Do It, and I really appreciate it. Holy cow. And again, you've made this Tinamou bird very excited, too. Too excited. Oh, shoot! Holy cow. He'll be fine. Merry Fishmas to you too, Otter. Appreciate you. Good stuff. Squiggle says, who doesn't like quiet, still space with lots of privacy nooks? I think some of you might relate to this critter pretty hard here. There we go.
Coelacanths stay dormant throughout the day. They suspect that the fish is nocturnal, so they start their daily shift in the early evening.
Look at this setup they have here. Holy cow. You love to see well-funded science, you know?
Control, this is Neptune. I have cave in sight.
This coelacanth is still in exactly the same spot as it was when they found it the previous day.
Again, can you relate, chatters? Some of you, I'm sure you see yourself in this coelacanth here, you know?
But the team must be ready to respond if and when it does move. They know perfectly well that the coelacanth...
And I love that the coelacanths just don't care. They're like, yeah, I'm going to hang out here for 3 days without moving. And I'm going to turn upside down. Just because I can. They don't have like a swim bladder like not in the same way that like a rayfin fish does. They've got kind of a different setup. And so, yeah, they could just hang there upside down in the water column and stay perfectly still and just kind of like hover there using their fins. And they could do that literally for days, you know?
To sustain its massive body, must come out to feed sometime. But it doesn't move, even at night. As the team proved...
I love how they have to speed up the footage here. I love this so much.
But it doesn't move, even at night. As the team proves by speeding up their video recording. It remains in exactly the same spot.
Oh, boy.
At midnight, the second sub with carry-on board sets off. She now takes over from Iwata in keeping watch.
So that they have to have rotating shifts of different researchers watching the same coelacanth not do anything. I love this so much. It makes me so happy. Not to do it says that's why they've survived so long. I mean, I know you're joking around, but like this, there might be something there, you know? This could be one of the secrets to their longevity is just hanging out, you know?
But even after 10 hours, the coelacanth has still not shifted and shows no sign of wanting to look for food.
I love this.
Finally, at 8 in the morning, the team decide to bring out the unmanned ROV. Kerry is exhausted. They've now been watching the coelacanth continuously for 24 hours, but it still has shown no sign of moving. Perhaps the sub's lights are making it nervous. So they switch to infrared lights that are virtually undetectable by any fish.
Okay,
this is the African coelacanth. Yes, Cyber Dragon, yeah. No, hang on. No, sorry. This is the Sulawesi coelacanth. Because this is in Indonesia. Yeah. So this is Latimeria manatoensis, the Sulawesi coelacanth.
And still the coelacanth does not move. At 7 a.m. the following day, 39 hours later, it finally does something.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Maybe he's going to
The coelacanth at last is on the move.
We're supposed to follow her.
Yes.
Do we follow her?
Yeah. No, follow it.
No.
And all of that waiting, when it finally moves, is it a letdown? No. Holy cow. It's swimming in a way that, like, nobody's ever seen before. So after staying almost perfectly still for nearly 40 hours, it's like, okay, I'm just going to cruise over here. And then it starts doing something that no one has ever seen before.
Swims slowly, but in a way that our scientists have not seen before.
What? What's it doing with its fins? You know? They're such fascinating animals.
Forward by moving its fins rhythmically from left to right.
What? Yeah.
The two fins appear to provide forward propulsion.
I've watched a lot of coelacanth footage before. We've watched a lot of coelacanth footage on previous Fishmas streams in years past. I've never seen this before. Just bonkers. What? What?
Ahead is a vertical cliff face.
Yeah, so it goes over there, and then there's a bunch of other coelacanth friends underneath.
Coelacanths hiding in the cave. It's an extraordinary sight.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. 8.
What is happening?
There are definitely 8 individuals, and the team are astounded. What could be the reason for such a gathering?
They're having a party. Coelacanth block party, says Lenina, yeah.
Spawning.
Well, they might be like, whoa, there's these big, loud, weird, bright things. We're just going to chill here under this rock. And there's safety in numbers.
Aggregation.
And Shuladam and Timur Squunch, I mean, I know you're joking, but this might actually be a spawning aggregation, a courtship thing.
It's hard to know why these coelacanths have assembled in such a tight space, but they seem to be resting peacefully side by side.
Oh, this might be part of it.
The thresher shark reappears.
Uh-oh. The thresher sharks get big, but I kind of wonder where they'd actually go after,
the
like a
coelacanths retreat further into the crevice.
There you go, Luis Delio. Yes.
The arched overhang provides good cover, allowing even a large fish like a coelacanth to hide unnoticed.
But anyway, they definitely do maybe some sort of courtship thing here. Let's see. I think that's... Is it here?
Face where they last saw the female coelacanth.
I haven't seen the W. Have you seen the W?
After 30 minutes, the female with the W mark appears.
Hey, creature collector, welcome. So yeah, there's the W right there. So they can be identified, like I said earlier, based on the individual coloration patterns like this. They're unique to each animal.
She is over 1 meter long, and because she's larger than the others, Kerry has nicknamed her Big Mama. And she continues.
I love how Attenborough puts a little extra zhuzh into that narration there. Big Mama.
Named her Big Mama. And she continues to keep a close watch on her. 5 hours later, the coelacanth...
And creature collector, Attenborough's 99 and a half years old. He's going to be 100 in May. Not kidding.
Begin to do something that the scientists have never seen before. Some of the fish begin to hang vertically in the water.
Yeah, interesting.
Oh, but look how they're all moving. So crazy.
Kerry believes that this may be coelacanth courtship behavior.
Are they way of mating coelacanths? And look at the white tummy. And they don't normally look like that, right? Very interesting behavior.
The coelacanths have turned their undersides white. Many fish change color in order to attract a mate, and Kerry suspects that coelacanths may also do so to appeal to the opposite sex.
Very cool. Kennedy says how the fins move is amazing. There's another clip that kind of showcases that. The narration in it is goofy. Very different from Attenborough narration. Here we go. So I don't think they originally had narration for this, like the divers talking to one another. I don't think they had recordings of this, so it's like voice actors are filling it in post, and it's very distracting. But we don't have to pay too much attention to that. Hey, language. So this is the West Indian Ocean coelacanth. They get bigger than the Sulawesi coelacanth. Yeah. The way they move their fins is just extraordinary. What a beautiful animal, you know? And Claire says that was a pretty quick movement. So they're not particularly fast animals in general. At least most people don't think of them that way. But they can just stay still for 40 hours plus, like we saw earlier, and then sudden burst of speed because they are ambush predators. So that's how they catch their food. They'll just hang out in one spot, and they'll pick a prime location. They'll just hang out there for days, and then bam, they snap. It really is incredible footage. I just wish they hadn't have added the stupid narration, the voiceovers. But yeah, pretty wild. Or moonwalking. So they're remarkably... Yeah. They're remarkably mobile in the water. Like I said, they can invert themselves and swim upside down. They do headstand. They go straight up in the water. They'll swim at like weird angles and stuff, and it's just whatever. They kind of evolved to be able to just do that. To hover in place for ages and ages. It's nuts. That's what they do. Yeah, it's just incredibly cool animals. But yeah, and Creature Collector says dragonflies do that? Not like this, no. So dragonflies can't go, say this is the, head, thorax, abdomen. Dragonflies don't go straight up like that. They don't go upside down and hover in place. They don't go at weird angles, They can hover, sure, but they're always right side up. Coelacanths, on the other hand, they just do whatever, Nuts. It's so cool. So yeah, like this is a figure from a scientific paper discussing how they do this. It's so weird. Yeah. It's just bizarre. They might even feature that later in this documentary too.
This fish crawls about on the...
Yeah. So anyway, it was yeah, we can finish this.
Bottom quite easily.
That's cool,
Once
Raven.
again,
Nice.
the press trumpeted the coelacanth as the missing link.
Glad you like my emails.
Creature that bridged the gap between fish and primitive land animals. Scientists, museums, even zoos now wanted their own coelacanth. The London Zoo offered a reward of £1,000 for a live specimen. Smith capitalized on the excitement surrounding his find. He wrote a book, Old Forelegs, and created a legend.
So, this is a funny book. It was written in the 1950s, so parts of it are very dated, but it still kind of holds up as like a piece of classic science writing. And if you want to get hold of it, there's a new annotated edition called The Annotated Old Forelegs, which is really cool because it includes the original book, in here, and then there's annotations and photographs and stuff on the side to update it. Yeah. So here, JLB Smith, they're talking about, he's talking about the flyers that he put out advertising that he really wants to get a second specimen of the coelacanth, and there's a reward, and they didn't include it in the original text, but here in the annotated edition, there's a copy of the flyer right there. So, it's good stuff. This is kind of the quintessential book about the coelacanth right here. And if you're looking for something that reads even more like a narrative, a story, Samantha Weinberg, who provided one of the voices for the animated like paper cutouts video, she wrote this book, which is superb. Creature Collector, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. A Fish Caught in Time by Samantha Weinberg is a narrative explanation of this story and the story of the discovery of the Sulawesi coelacanth and all of that. It's written almost like an adventure novel. Like, it is superb. Yeah. Yeah. So, here, high praise for the book. A marvelous tale told with elegance and style. I read this book in a single sitting, moved and informed both by what she had to tell and how she told it. Some of the best science writing I've read in a long, long time. Fish Caught in Time. It is good stuff. So, if you're looking for some really compelling science writing, check that out. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
Through Old Forelegs, which is one of the great scientific
I did make the
books
Sad
of
Creature
all
Collector,
time.
yes.
He captured the public imagination, partly because it's a fantastic fish, but I think we must also give credit to JLB for a really good marketing exercise. He weaved the human story, all the intrigues of the Comores, of his working with a South African Prime Minister who didn't believe in evolution, and made the coelacanth story come alive for people, gave them an entree into this fantastic scientific world from which most people are excluded.
Through his research and his book, Smith's name became forever tied to the coelacanth, like
And Timber Squinch says, where do you find these treasures? From people telling you about them? I mean, internet searches and stuff. Everybody knows the book Old Forelegs. It's a classic. But I was able to find Samantha Weinberg's book because I think I was doing a YouTube search for people talking about coelacanths. And then there was a video of her giving a talk to promote her book. I knew I had to get it. Yeah. Here she is talking about it right here.
Before the museum closed for the holidays, and she already had a load of fish specimens from Captain Hussen's last voyage waiting to be mounted. But I thought how good everyone at Irvin and Johnson had been to me, and it being so near to Christmas, I thought the least I could do would be to go down to the docks to wish them the compliments of the season. She grabbed a grain sack and called her native assistant, Enoch, and together they caught a taxi to the wharf. I went in to see Mr. Jackson, she recalls 60 years later. And now, as I was going out, he said, well, I don't think it's quite 1.5 tons of sharks, but a happy Christmas to you. They used to torment the life out of me. She hitched up her cotton dress and climbed onto the 115-foot Noreen. The crew had all gone ashore, except for an old Scotsman, who told her that the specimens were on the forecastle deck. She looked at the pile of fish, sharks, seaweed, starfish, sponges, rat-tail fishes, all kinds of things. She told the Scotsman she probably would not be taking anything. Nevertheless, she sorted them out carefully. It was then that she noticed a blue fin sticking up from beneath the pile. I picked away the layers of slime to reveal the most beautiful fish I had ever seen, she recounts. It was 5 feet long, a pale mauvey blue with faint flecks of whitish spots. It had an iridescent silver blue-green sheen all over. It was covered in hard scales, and it had 4 limb-like fins and a strange little puppy dog tail. It was such a beautiful fish, more like a big china ornament, but I didn't know what it was. Yes, miss, it's a strange one, the old Scotsman said.
A real dinosaur?
Ragman06, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It was like finding a non-avian dinosaur. This critter that should have gone extinct at the end of the Cretaceous, but it hadn't.
I've got to do a Scottish accent. I've been trawling for over 30 years. I won't do that. But I have never seen its like. It snapped at the captain's fingers as he looked at it in the trawl net. We thought you would be interested. He told her that it had been trawled at a depth of 40 fathoms off the mouth of the Chalumna River, and that when Captain Hussen first saw it, he thought it so beautiful that he wanted to set it free. Marjorie said she would definitely take this one back to the museum.
And holy cow, we're all so lucky she did, because that's what started this whole saga.
Marjorie Courtney Latimer's. But what of the Comoran fisherman who actually caught the fish? He's seen here getting his reward. His name is Ahmed Hussein.
So this is the second coelacanth specimen that also came into the possession of J.L.B. Smith. So this is the one in 1952, and yeah.
This is the first time he's been interviewed. Hussein says he never met Smith, but recognizes his fish.
It's kind of crazy that this guy found one of the most scientifically important specimens. He caught this fish, and he got the, what was it, 100 pounds reward for it, which was a lot of money, but yeah, and he's like clearly a respected member of the community. But man, somebody buy this guy a better shirt. The back is missing, you know? Yeah. So, what's he saying here? We went fishing all night, caught the fish, and came back in the morning. We found out it was the Gombesa, coelacanth. And it was taken to the capital.
He says he got the reward, but other fishermen took credit for the catch.
He says it seems like
took credit for the catch.
It seems as if they never wanted to see him again.
Until this moment, not even Hussein's own neighbors knew what he'd done. But his catch back in 1952 put the Comoros on the scientific map.
Say, dude, you're famous. He's like, yeah, I know.
From then on, this tiny archipelago would be acknowledged as the prime location for finding Latimeria columnae. As the islands were then under French colonial rule, an international embargo was declared. Comoran fishermen, using the same time-honored methods of hook and line, would catch many more coelacanths. They would all be sent to France.
Yep.
For the next 23 years, the coelacanth was almost exclusively studied in the Department of Comparative Anatomy, here at the Museum of Natural History in Paris.
And they did a good job of it. Meticulous dissections.
Was part of the team of scientists which conducted the first comprehensive dissections of Latimeria, using properly preserved specimens.
This is one of the many specimens we received from the Comoros. A cut was made across the head, giving us access to the inside of the skull.
Along the sagittal plane, right down the middle.
One can see very clearly the most interior part of the notochord.
The French team found a series of contradictory features. In some ways, the coelacanth looked very primitive, with organs and glands similar to those of sharks and rays, and a tiny heart, which is little more than an expansion in the main blood vessel.
Weird.
In other ways, the coelacanth resemble tetrapods, those four-limbed creatures that include everything from the very first land dwellers to human beings.
There are several characteristics that show similarities to tetrapods.
And Casey, thank you again so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Good luck with your drive tomorrow. And a very Merry Fishmas Christmas holiday season. A Happy New Year to you too, Casey. Appreciate you. If anybody's not yet following Casey's snow art, you're missing out. Casey, I'd love to see you draw a coelacanth at some point. Maybe I'll ask you the next sub-zoo. That would be really cool. Thank you, Casey. Appreciate you.
There's the presence of a vestigial lung. And of course, here are the lobed fins. And here, on this X-ray, we can see the vein that brings the abdominal blood back up to the heart. This vessel is a genuine vena cava, like that found in tetrapods. The vascular system of almost all other fishes is completely different.
So basically, the vascular system, the veins of this fish Veins and arteries, much more similar to an amphibian or a reptile or a mammal than to a ray-finned fish. Super cool.
So was the coelacanth the closest living relative of tetrapods? The missing link? Some scientists said yes, others no, as they continued to explore this mysterious creature's anatomy.
Its brain, which unfortunately you can't see, is incredibly small. The brain case is probably about that size, but the brain itself is no bigger than the end segment of one's thumb.
In the snout of the fish, a strange jelly-filled cavity was discovered. It initially puzzled researchers, but is now thought to be an elaborate electroreceptive organ.
And we believe that this is used to detect minute electrical impulses put out by prey organisms. Its eye in life looks much bigger than that, and it's like a crystal ball. It's as clear as anything. And Comorans say that coelacanths have fire in its eyes, and that's because it collects any light that's available and reflects it back, rather like a cat's eyes at night.
These
specialized features may help to explain why coelacanths have survived for 400 million years. Their outward appearance has changed little, but internally, they must have...
I mean, their outward appearance has changed a lot. Let's be real, you know? Like, they're not... They've changed quite a bit. This is your modern coelacanth here. They're very different looking than most of the Mesozoic and Paleozoic ones. Still recognizable as a coelacanth, but man, they have changed a lot. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, you know?
Adapted to changing environments as the Earth itself was transformed over time. Whether the remarkable features of Latimeria developed 4 million years ago, or 40, or 400, we may never know.
We're starting to figure it out, like with more molecular data. Yeah. The crazy thing is, though, as far as I understand it, you know, barring some sort of landmark publication that I somehow missed, we still don't have any coelacanth fossils from after the age of the dinosaurs. There's no Cenozoic coelacanth remains until you get these guys, the two living species. So they just completely disappear from the fossil record. And it might be that they just became very rare, or they're only showing up in these... Maybe they only survive in these environments where you don't have fossilization readily occurring. You know, you're along continental boundaries like plate margins, and it's just, you know, subduction zones. It's a bad place to get fossilized. But yeah, they just... For the entire, like, 66 million years of the Cenozoic, nothing. Not a single scrap that I'm aware of. So, yeah. Like, it pushed them into the margin, says Lenina. Kind of, yeah.
But it has found its niche and continues to avoid extinction. Thanks in part to two other crucial adaptations. Its advanced method of reproduction and its extremely low metabolism.
So they wouldn't need much food. They're living, in fact, in a low food environment. There isn't a whole lot of food around for them. And this may have something to do with their long survival.
Welcome.
They have adapted to this low food environment.
Phil Heemstra has been studying coelacanths for over 2 decades and has been fascinated by the way they reproduce.
It looks like an
So there's a coelacanth egg there, but they don't lay eggs.
orange, but it's actually a model of a coelacanth egg. This is a life-size model. They have the largest eggs known amongst fishes.
Yep.
The huge coelacanth eggs, filled with nutrients to feed the growing embryo, were discovered by the French in 1955.
Yep.
They were at first thought to be released and fertilized on the ocean floor, until a freshly dissected specimen yielded a surprise.
In 19...
Yeah, so this is at AM&H. So the American... I think Bruton talks about this. There we go.
This was rather a bizarre role because J.L.B. Smith was offered a coelacanth, said, no, I don't want it, send it to the AMNH, and they gratefully accepted it, preserved it, and put it in storage. And
that's the American Museum, the American Museum of Natural History in New York City. They had it there in storage for a long time.
Over a decade before they decided to dissect it, and when they dissected it, they made the most surprising discovery. Firstly, that coelacanths have the largest eggs of any fish, the size of an orange, and they don't have mermaid's eggs like J.L.B. Smith had predicted. But secondly, that the coelacanth, in the coelacanth, the eggs hatch inside the mother.
Yep.
And the yolk provides food for the young, and they are born as baby coelacanths, which look very similar to the adults. But they're quite big, about 33 centimeters long, half a kilogram.
33 centimeters? Holy cow. So that's... "33 centimeters is that long. They're born that big. It's a sizable critter, you know?
And the mother carries between 6 and about 36 is the maximum for any particular group of births. Now, what we subsequently found is that the gestation period of the coelacanth,
this is nuts,
between fertilization and birth, is a phenomenal 36 months, 3 years.
3 years! 3 years! Three years in between initial pregnancy and giving birth. Crazy.
Between fertilization and birth is a phenomenal 36 months, 3 years, which is much more than the previous longest one for the African elephant of 22 to 24 months.
Yep.
Now, after I became director of the Smith Institute, I initiated a new research program on the living coelacanth in the Comores. So off we went.
And lithium art, average number of... So he just said that. It was between 6 and 36 young in a brood. Yeah, and they hatch inside, exactly. Yeah. 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 Nuts.
In 1975, at the American Museum of Natural History in New York, they found a pregnant female with 5 babies inside her. So then we knew they had internal fertilization, and they gave birth to living young like sharks do.
Yep. Some sharks.
Here's a model of one of those 5 babies. And each of them still had a large yolk sac, although the fins are fairly well developed, as you can see. The scales are developed.
Although fossils had shown tiny coelacanths inside an adult, researchers couldn't tell if the adult was about to give birth or had eaten the little ones. Now they knew.
Hey, Pocket Parrots,
Coelacanths give birth to live young and have done so
incredibly
for
cool.
200
Happy
million
Fishmas.
years.
It is the, what is it, 87th anniversary of the discovery of the coelacanth, December 22nd, 1938, that Marjorie Courtney Latimer here first recognized this as something important on the deck of a fishing trawler in East London, South Africa. We're celebrating that today. I'm glad you're here.
Well before mammals came along, the coelacanth was using a mammal-like reproductive strategy, ensuring that most of its young would survive. After decades of research, much had been learned. But well into the 1980s, no one had ever observed a coelacanth alive for more than a few hours.
Yep.
The coelacanth lives in deep, cold water, where the oxygen content is high. When one is caught and brought to the warmer, less oxygen-rich surface water, it cannot survive very long, especially with the stress of capture. Even today, aquariums have been unsuccessful in capturing and keeping a coelacanth alive.
And I think that those efforts have largely stopped. I think people have resigned themselves to the idea that, like, hey, we probably shouldn't be taking these animals out of the wild. It could be potentially really bad if an aquarium did succeed in capturing a coelacanth alive and putting it on exhibition, because then everybody would want one, and we don't actually know how many are left in the wild. That could put some really, really nasty strain on their wild populations.
So no one knew how they mate, how they hunt, how they elude predators in their natural habitat. There was only one way to find out.
So,
go to them.
Friends, that's it.
In a submersible.
It's nothing more than a motorized decompression chamber.
The man responsible for this chamber is Hans Fricke, a zoologist at the Max Planck Institute in Germany. He's been obsessed with the coelacanth since childhood.
And we thought that the coelacanths...
Guess how he learned about the coelacanth in the first place? In Germany. He learned about it from J.L.B. Smith's book.
Second coelacanths, which he published in 1956 under the name of Old Forelegs, the story of the coelacanth. And this became one of the first international science bestsellers. It sold over
really
800,000 copies in 9 foreign languages and Braille, and really took South African science around the world again. And there's JLB with D.F. Malone with a...
Oh boy. Anyway, yeah. Pretty darn cool. And Snowdenchi says, I imagine the risk of them being poached exists. Yeah, and that was an issue for a while, is when coelacanth mania kind of started in the 1950s and continued through the 60s and 70s, all these different museums around the world wanted coelacanth specimens. So there was a tremendous demand for them. And local fishermen realized they could get paid a lot of money. Thank you, Farah Academy, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Those local fishermen realized that, like, hey, this make a decent living if you catch a bunch of these. And so they went out of their way to try and find more and more coelacanths. And we don't know how close these creatures were pushed toward extinction, you know? We don't know how many coelacanths were caught during that time, and we don't know how much of a dent that put in their population numbers. So this is a fish that had been occasionally encountered for like 1,000 years. Every once in a blue moon, like every few years or something like that, maybe a local fisherman would catch like one. And then suddenly they realize, hey, we can make 100 times our yearly earnings if we catch one of these fish. So everybody was out looking for them. And then in the middle of the 20th century, suddenly they had access to motorboats for the first time. Cheap outboard motors became a thing. These guys were just catching coelacanths left and right. And so it took a lot of fighting in order to actually create like protections for these animals. I don't know if fighting, but like it took serious effort to institute protections for them. And local people got involved because they realized like that's like it's a way to bring tourist dollars in. They didn't want to drive these animals into extinction, but they realized that that could bring in money to have them there alive, you know? And plus, it's just, here's a cool thing that's there in your country. Like, there's a lot of local pride there. I can show you. So, in this book, in order to keep my place, I've got a bookmark. It's right here. This is a... Oh, it's a dollar bill. 1,000 Comoran francs. So there is a traditional fisherman. On the other side, a coelacanth. This is an animal that is so beloved, it has a place of honor on the local currency. Pretty cool, right? I got this on eBay for like, I don't know, was it $5 or whatever. But, pretty cool, right? Yeah. Anyhow. And Fair Academy. So the coelacanth is a Sarcopterygian. Oh, and I've just lost my place in the book because I took out the bookmark or whatever. It's a Sarcopterygian fish. So it's practically a tetrapod. Here, I'll show you on our Tree of Life again. It is as close as you can get to tetrapods. Tetrapods are amphibians, reptiles, and mammals. It is closer to those critters than it is to bass or cichlids or any of the rayfin fishes. So, go to tetrapods here. These are your mostly land-living animals with bones. Tetrapods. Amphibians, reptiles, and mammals are all tetrapods. Just outside of that, you have the lungfishes and tetrapods. So there's your lungfishes there. And then, your coelacanths. So coelacanths are more closely related to penguins and lemurs and frogs than they are to bass or cichlids or tuna or trout or salmon or whatever. They're practically tetrapods. And again, that's because they're on the line to us as mammals. There's coelacanths there. They're very close to the origin of tetrapods, land-living vertebrate animals. Yeah, pretty cool, right? Yeah. Anyway. One big tetra. It's nowhere close to Tetra's Fair Academy. Holy cow. Yeah. So coelacanths are part of this group called Sarcopterygii. If we go to Wikipedia and go to Sarcopterygii, you'll see coelacanths and lungfish and critters like that, but it also includes the tetrapods. So tetrapods are now recognized as having evolved from Sarcopterygian ancestors. Cladistically, this would make tetrapods a subgroup within Sarcopterygii. So all of the reptiles, amphibians, and mammals are a kind of lobe-finned fish. How cool is that? Oh yeah. Pretty neat. Pretty darn cool. Anyway, let's continue. I want to finish out this documentary tonight if we can.
It occurred deeper than 200 meters, and this was the reason that we built Yago.
Yago was custom made by its pilot, Jürgen Schauer.
You have 5 lights. Each light has a power of 250 watts, so you can impose sunlight on the seabed. And we have 5 little thrusters. These side ones are rotatable. And we have 3 in the back for propulsion, with which we can make a speed of about walking speed. It's about 1 mile an hour.
Oh, lights. There you go, reptilian space boat. Yeah.
Yago was brought to the deep blue waters off the Comoros, where, along with biologist Karen Hiesmann, Fricke and Schauer could pursue the coelacanth. One day in 1987, after hunting the fish for weeks to no avail,
Some people walk slowly, Lenina.
Ricke was called back to Germany, leaving Jürgen Schauer to continue the ever more frustrating search.
We were already quite desperate already, everybody on the ship.
Then, at 9 p.m. on the 17th of January, at a depth of 600 feet, there it was.
I love the music.
A sea.
I love how it just shows up. The music just, it's almost like I betcha, when the producers were talking about this documentary, the director, people putting it together, they were like, you know what, we should have a motif in it musically that's like the Jaws theme, where it shows up at the same time that the shark does, you know? Except here, we have our coelacanth theme, and it shows up when the coelacanth shows up.
There it was. A coelacanth.
Yeah.
We did not know how the fish will behave. Usually the fish swim away when they see the strong lights of Iago, but this fish didn't care about the lights.
It's so large and it's moving in such a different way than other fish do, which makes it really a spectacular experience to discover a fish like this.
Schauer.
And so Wombat Hole says 600 feet down explains the lights. Not just that, but also it's the time of day, too. So
deep enough. So he made another submersible, the Jago, but they were also initially unsuccessful in finding coelacanths until they consulted with a traditional fisherman.
And I love this. Like, there's the submersible, this, you know, space age vessel, and this guy is like, you're never going to catch a coelacanth with that thing. Get yourself one of these, an outrigger canoe, you know? Also, you got to know how to do it.
Jago, but they were also initially unsuccessful in finding coelacanths until they consulted with a traditional fisherman who laughed at them and said, why are you diving during the day? The coelacanths are active at night.
You know, sometimes you have to ask the people who know what they're doing, and you might learn something from them, you know? These guys have been doing this for 1,000 years. They know what's up.
So they dived at night. On the very first dive, they found coelacanths.
Yep.
Immediately radioed
So you need the lights for, you know, even if you're not super deep, you still need them for nighttime.
With the exciting news.
Jürgen called me with a ship radio, and I said to him, give everybody a kiss, I give you a bottle of champagne, and so on and so on. I was very, very enthusiastic about it.
Always ask a local, says Lenina. Exactly. Yeah. Because you don't know, when you're from the outside, you don't know what you don't know. You know? Always ask a local. Ask somebody who's been there before. They'll tell you.
And on the end of the conversation, the operator said, what the hell is this, what you were talking about? I said, the coelacanth. And he asked me, what is a coelacanth? I said, it's an old, ugly, oily fish.
They're not ugly. I think it's one of the most beautiful creatures around. Like, there's something truly special. I mean, maybe the face is not the prettiest part, but it's just a gorgeous creature, you know?
As expected, coelacanths were found to live in a fairly uninhabited ecosystem and seem to have no real predators. They aggregate during the day in volcanic caves, and at night have been known to migrate to depths of over 2,000 feet. But unexpectedly, films of the coelacanth showed how the multiple fins function and laid to rest the idea of a crawling fish, first put forward by J.L.B. Smith.
Yeah, so he thought that they were like living on the bottom, crawling around.
Smith said, yeah, they are creeping on the bottom, like seals. And of course they don't. They are not walking. They are continuously hovering above the ground.
Yep. They're like a quadcopter, sort of. Just like trying to hover there in one place. Even against the current and everything, they can still use those fins to just maintain their position there. But it's not a quadcopter. They've got 6 or 7 or 8, 9 fins, depending on how you count them. They got a bunch of different fins. Again, like, which ones do you count as different? They've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Those correspond to the limbs of a tetrapod. And you've got the dorsal fin, and the second dorsal fin, and then you've got the anal fin, and then you've got the caudal fins here. And is this 1 or is it 3 caudal fins? Or is it 2? How do you count this? Is it 1 big caudal fin? Or is it 1, 2, 3? You know? They kind of defy description in a way. They're so cool. Yeah. This is called a Diffie-circle tail here, Fair Academy. Yeah. Pretty neat. 3-lobed tail. Yeah, yeah. But... And not all coelacanths had this, it seems. Where's that diagram with the... Where did I put that? Let's get rid of some of these tabs. There we go. With some of them, like, they still have the Diffie-circle tail thing with the 3 lobes, but one is super tiny and the other ones are huge. With some of them, they just taper off until it's almost like the tail of an eel.
A special magnetism for children.
Weird. Marcy Walks Dogs, thank you so much for the 18 months of support. I really appreciate that, Marcy. Thank you for keeping me here online for 18 months. Wonderful 2026 to you, too. Merry Fishmas, Marcy. It's good to have you. Yeah. Anyhow, I just saw the time. Yeah, we're streaming a little bit late today, Claire. I'm going to see if I can finish out this documentary. But I don't know. At this rate, it might take a while. We might wrap this up soon. Anyway.
The coelacanth moves unlike any other fish of this size. Its oil-filled body allows it to maintain neutral buoyancy and float in any position.
Gotta love the earliest 2000s.
6 fins are almost constantly in motion, like oars in the water. Upper and lower fins toward the rear of the creature, plus 2 pairs of limb-like fins, front and center.
And so they're showing everything moving all at once like this. They don't always do that. Sometimes they just tuck up all the fins against themselves. Just kind of drift. Sometimes they're moving some of the fins, but not the other ones. Like, they're incredibly complex with the way that they move.
And there was something surprising about the way these limb-like fins moved. Although the coelacanth was not using them to crawl on the bottom, to the expert eye, their motion hinted at walking.
Lenina says, they're so neat. It reminds me of... Yeah.
I'm a big boy today.
No, I gotta find something else quick. Why don't you bring this potato? That's pretty big.
Looking for
Mom, you're always trying to give me potatoes. What is it with you? I just think they're neat.
I have an image of Marge holding up a coelacanth. I just think they're neat. They are neat. They really are.
Although the coelacanth was not using them to crawl on the bottom, to the expert eye, their motion hinted at walking.
Like this tetrapod is doing.
Walking like we do.
I just said that.
According to Susan Jewett, the fish collection manager at the Smithsonian National Museum of Natural History, and an international expert in coelacanth biology.
It's got paired pectoral fins and paired pelvic fins. These are particularly interesting because this fish has what's called a tetrapod form of swimming. We, being tetrapods, have all learned that when we walk, we move the right arm forward in synchrony with the left leg. Well, the fish sort of swims like that, with that right pectoral and the left pelvic going in synchrony with one another.
And no, not like the pickle aisle in the stores. No, Denchi, no. This is an ichthyology collection, so it's, here. Typically filled with jars with formaldehyde in them, featuring all kinds of fishes on the inside. Yeah. You definitely would not want to eat these because A, these are invaluable scientific specimens. Show some respect. B, you will die. Formaldehyde is not something you want to ingest. You don't wonder what they taste. Expel that thought from your head, Kalmiali. No. No.
Very interesting characteristics, which again is one of very many characteristics that place it in that evolutionary line towards higher vertebrates.
If the coelacanth swims like a land animal walks, does that too suggest it's our closest living relative among the fishes? To this day, the evidence is inconclusive. Until recently, most research...
Zul says, what happens if we snag one on our fishing pole? Well, they only live in very specific parts of the world, as far as we know. Although, well, yeah, so, here. These are where coelacanths have been caught. There's the map. There we go. So, along the east coast of mainland Africa, and then the Comoros Islands, Madagascar, and then here in the Indonesian archipelago as well. The Sulawesi coelacanth has been found there. So you're very unlikely to catch one. However, as Samantha Weinberg points out in her book, there are a few very tantalizing hints that there could be coelacanths in other parts of the world too. Well, maybe I'll get into this later. There's nothing close to any conclusive evidence that there's any other populations anywhere in the world. But there was a scale that appears to be that of a coelacanth that was found, I think it was like at a garage sale in the American South. I gotta look this up now. Where was it? Here we go. Perhaps the coelacanth has been living quietly even farther away all along. Over the years, a series of clues has emerged that seem to indicate that the fish's home range is wider than believed. Maybe not. Some of these clues were undoubtedly red herrings, and taken alone, none of them provided conclusive evidence that coelacanths lived anywhere else other than the western Indian Ocean, and as we'll see in Indonesia. But taken together, they've at the very least opened a doorway of possibility. Among the most compelling was the Tampa scale, the unusual fish scale sent in 1949 by a Florida souvenir collector to Mr. Isaac Ginsberg at the Smithsonian in Washington, D.C. At that point, the only coelacanth known from the world was Marjorie Courtney Latimer's. Again, this is 1949, sitting stately and stuffed at the East London Museum, with all of its scales accounted for. While the Tampa scale was not identical, it bore enough similarities to Latimeria chelumnae to convince Ginsburg that it was the scale of an ancient fish, probably a cross-opterygian, and possibly a species of coelacanth. The scale is now lost. Presumably somewhere in the vast museum archives. Anyway, there's that, and then there's also this, which is a silver votive, so that's like a silver model, found in Spain. It's presumed that it came from Mesoamerica originally, and is from pre-Columbian times, or something like that. Maybe from the, I don't know, or 1500, something like that. But this very well may be a hoax. Yeah, in fact, I think...
The biggest question of all surrounding the dinosaurs is why?
I mean, why not? Venator CZ, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And Merry Fishmas. It's wonderful to have you here. Holy cow. How was your stream, Venator CZ? I feel like it's been a minute. Hope it was really good. Yeah, welcome. It was on this very day, December 22nd, back in 1938, that this remarkable creature, the coelacanth, was first brought to the attention of science. It belongs to a group that was presumed to be extinct until a live one was caught. They were thought to have died out at the end of the age of the dinosaurs during that same extinction event, but no. Turns out they're still around. As I was just showing, there is a population off the east coast of Africa. It's pretty well studied. We now know of some in Indonesia as well. Pretty well studied also. All things considered. Oh, and then we have this too. Oh boy. AI thing. So this is annoying because, like, you get these AI summaries. Yeah. And of course, this one is incorrect as well. They're always incorrect. I've never seen one of these where it actually, like, gives you the full story, and it's like, if I'm ever, like, searching for something on Google, it usually means that, like, I'm looking for something very specific, and it's always wrong. Like, it oh man. Anyhow, rather than a specific object, no, I'm looking for a specific object, and it used to pop up all the, like, it used to be so easy to find these things back before Google was completely broken. But anyway, speaking of the AI nonsense, we've got this. In April of this year, website Animals Around the Globe published an article by Esther Evangeline, not a real person, claiming an extraordinary find by researchers in a remotely operated vehicle probing the deep areas 80 miles offshore of San Diego, California. This was a fake article that was written with an LLM, with AI. And what happened is somebody posted this fake article online, and then the AI summary picked it up and started telling people, oh yeah, there's coelacanths off the coast of California too. It's drawing from this fake article. So anyway, yeah. These AI slop pieces are picked up in syndication and appear on other news sites that are delivering less and less reliable news. The fake California coelacanth story was distributed by Newsbreak and also by MSN, which is now a terrible source of news because they have a lack of content standards. All this nonsense goes to show that readers must be far more diligent these days to assure the information online is solid. You can't use one news source, you must do your own work to track down multiple legitimate sources. And even then, there has to be some independent verification of note. Clickbait is worse than ever, and media companies have no standards for what they pass off as news. So anyway, this is one of the thousands of ways that AI is making life worse for everybody all the time. Anyway, yeah. And it'll avoid using AI output. Is that a real thing, XVR? Let me try that. Oh, nice. Okay. What's this? I think. Oh boy, Encyclopedia of Cryptozoology. Tampa scale. Mexican silver coelacanths. There we go. There was another source here that I haven't been able to find. Yeah. Anyway. Thank you, XVR. I'll have to remember the minus AI thing. Yeah. And Wombat Hole says, I sort of trust Paleontologizing because of the bookshelf references, but still, don't ever take anything that I say completely as the absolute truth. You know? If you're really interested in the subject and you're curious about it, go and dive into the scientific literature, read about it, talk to other researchers. I try to know what I'm talking about, but I'm not going to get everything 100% right 100% of the time. Nobody can. So, yeah. Let these streams here on Paleontologizing be a springboard for future learning for you. Don't let it be the be-all, end-all. I don't ever want that for people, you know? So, yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. Bookshelf is all CGI. It's incredible CGI, Zol. Yeah. You know? This takes... I hope OBS doesn't crash right now, because it takes so much to render this, you know. All these things that shouldn't be on the shelf, like my Megalosaurus job. Wouldn't believe the resources that it takes to render all those fake books, you know. Anywho. Back to our documentary.
Put coelacanths nearest to tetrapods on an evolutionary tree.
Ray tracing. Exactly, Tommy
A
Plotticus,
group
yeah.
known as lungfish is thought to be an even closer ancestor, based on new DNA evidence.
Yep.
We may never know.
So coelacanths used to take the cake for being the missing link between lobe-finned fishes and tetrapods, and now we realize that lungfish are even closer to tetrapods. So coelacanths are... they're close. You know? Coelacanths are here. They are a kind of lobe-finned fish, but the lungfishes are even closer to tetrapods than coelacanths are. So, tetrapods are all of the reptiles, amphibians, and mammals. Coelacanths are close, but lungfishes are even closer.
For certain which group of fishes contains our closest living relative. Still, the coelacanth continues to surprise science at every turn.
Yep. Oh, and here is Sulawesi coelacanth. I love this story.
6,000 miles from the Comoros, on the other side of the Indian Ocean in Indonesia, the sudden discovery of a coelacanth would disrupt the lives of two young scientists.
Oh, yeah.
An uncanny echo of the events in South Africa some 60 years before.
Was this also around Christmas time? I don't know if it was, but that would be super cool. We'd go with the theme. And thank you, Kinda Hot in These Rhinos, for the 32 months of support.
Ontogeny.
Literally a living fossil. There you go. Yeah. Thank you for the continued support, Kinda Hot in These Rhinos. I appreciate that very much.
Mark Erdman, a marine biologist studying coral shrimp, and Arnaz Mehta, a naturalist, had just started a life together as husband and wife here in Indonesia when the coelacanth made its unexpected appearance.
Waktu mereka jual 35.
It all began in the local fish market when Mark and Arnaz, stepping out of a taxi, spotted a strange-looking fish on a fish cart.
Oh, and hang on. Timur Squanch says, why would you make an egg and hatch it inside of you? Well, that's the thing. You got to think of this as evolution in progress. So that's called, well, here, I'll show you. So we have viviparous animals and oviparous animals. Oviparous animals lay eggs. Viviparous animals don't. They give birth to live young. But where do you think that came from? Viviparous animals, which here it looks like all of these are mammals. There's other species of viviparous animals too. There's lizards that give birth to live young. They don't lay eggs. There's various sharks that give birth to live young. They don't lay eggs. The way to get from oviparous to viviparous is you, instead of laying the eggs, you just hold them inside your body, and then the young hatch out, and then they exit the birth canal. There's a viviparity, an oviparity, and then there's ovoviviparity. Animals that are ovoviviparous. They still produce eggs, sometimes even with eggshell and everything. But it hatches inside the mother. It's the missing link in between the two, if we're going to use silly terms like that. Yeah. So there's various species of shark that do that, where they still produce the, like, mermaid's pouch egg things. Mermaid's purse egg things. But they hatch inside the mother. So if you're going to evolve from oviparity to viviparity, there's got to be, like, an in-between there. So that's what coelacanths do, which is pretty cool. Yeah. And humans also hold the eggs in, but on their own. Exactly, Snowdenchi. So we as human beings and all other mammals still produce eggs. They're just all internal. So there. I'll give you a link to a video about this if you're curious, but we're not going to watch it now. I don't have time. So the shell is the placenta? Kind of. The shell is the... So the placenta is kind of like the yolk, as I understand it. We also have the amnion and the chorion and all of that. Yeah. Let's take a look at this and see if it's any good.
Is the amniotic egg. Now we're going to start from the outside in. First up is our shell. Now remember, the shell can be either calcified or leathery, and its function is to prevent the embryo from drying out. Next up, we have the embryo, and the embryo is the entire reason why we have the egg. So every...
Yeah, that's the baby in there. Anyway. Amniotic egg and placenta diagram. Let's see if we have a... Oh, there we go. Yeah, beautiful. So, inside of a human womb and a chicken egg, you've got a lot of the same parts. They're just kind of arranged differently, and they work a little bit differently or similarly, depending on how you look at it. Yeah. You have the amniotic sac versus the yolk sac. Or no, there's also a yolk sac. Anyway. I don't know enough about this to be able to rattle these different analogous parts off the top of my head. But I will encourage you to look into this yourself. if you're curious about it. Because you can absolutely learn this better than I know it in 20 minutes or something if you really want to do some reading. But yeah. Anyway, yeah. Let's save that for Easter. There you go, Wombat Hole. I like that idea. It's Fishmas today. Let's get back to coelacanth.
It all began in the local fish market when Mark and Arnaz, stepping out of a taxi, spotted a strange-looking fish on a fish cart.
I went over to the cart and I stared at this fish, thinking it was a grouper at first, but then the head was all wrong and everything was wrong about it. And then I called Mark over and our other two friends. They came and looked at it, and Mark, sort of in disbelief, said it was a coelacanth.
And here's the thing, is that this is in, what, 1999? 2000 or something like that? And they're like, yeah, that's amazing. I'm sure everybody already knows about it. That was their thinking, is like, this is a coelacanth, holy cow. Cool that we got to see one. I'm sure science already knows about this. So they let it go. They didn't purchase it.
It just seemed really kind of incredulous that we could step out of a taxi in a city of over 500,000 people and see something that was really a big deal go wheeling by on a fish cart.
Yeah.
They took a photograph, but did not purchase the fish.
And they were, I'm sure, kicking themselves so much after this. You know, it couldn't have been that expensive either. You know, it's not like they didn't have the money for it or whatever. But they're probably like, you know. Yeah.
Indonesian coelacanths were already well known to science.
They just assumed
but
that everybody knew about
it. Learned the uniqueness of their sighting. No scientist had ever found a coelacanth, except near South Africa and the Comoros Islands.
Yep.
Mark and Arnaz quickly embarked on a quest to find a second specimen. Like J.L.B. Smith before them, they enlisted the aid of local fishermen. A new hunt was on for the elusive coelacanth. As in the Comoros, this fish was known locally. Fishermen called it Raja Laut, king of the sea.
Mark wanted to make sure that...
Always searching for a second specimen. I know, right, XVR? Yeah, that's just the continual theme with this, is like, oh yeah, something happened to the original one. We didn't know what we had. If there ever is a third population of coelacanths found somewhere else in the world, I wonder if it's going to follow a similar theme, you know? Where it's like, if they're ever found near Sri Lanka or, you know, somewhere near Australia or something like that, I wonder if it's going to follow a similar theme, you know? Where it's like, yeah, this first one got tossed because, well, we didn't know what we had, you know?
That if one was captured again by these fishermen, that he would be able to get it. So we offered a very modest reward. I think it was perhaps double the market price, and it's not a good-eating fish, so the market price couldn't have been very high. But it was enough to entice the fishermen to bring it.
Or off the coast of California. I mean, the water's pretty cold here, so although the water off the coast of South Africa is probably not the warmest either. But yeah, call me Ollie. Yep. Yeah.
To him when they caught it, and that's exactly what happened.
Then, 10 months after the initial sighting, Mark and Arnaz had a visit.
And my boatman showed up, and he burst out, "Ada Raja Laut, come quickly, there's a coelacanth on the beach." We rushed down the stairs, Arnaz grabbed the video camera, and we went down to see if this was indeed the fish.
It's alive. Barely.
Like all of its predecessors, the creature soon found life at the surface impossible. But before the great fish died, the couple took it out to deeper water to get photographs in a more natural setting. Arnaz even had a few moments to swim alongside.
The fish had been caught several hours earlier, and it was really down to its final hour. During that time, her fins were still moving, still flouncing, and then her dorsal fin would raise, and then once in a while she would take a big gulp of water. And she was extremely calm in her inevitable demise. I couldn't get over how beautiful her scales were. There are these, these scales that were speckled with these gold flecks, and it was like a slow dance.
It's certainly sad to watch such a majestic beast die so slowly.
There you go, second species.
When DNA samples of the Indonesian coelacanth were sequenced, they suggested that this was a new species and dissuaded scientists from the idea that the Indonesian fish was a stray. In fact, from the DNA analysis, it seems that the two populations were separated many millions of years ago. Once again, the mysterious fossil fish surprised scientists around the world.
And yeah, Claire, so both species of coelacanth that are around today are blue in life, in a brilliant kind of blue color, like we've been seeing in the submersible footage from them. But after they die, those colors become far less vibrant, and they kind of do turn brown or grayish. This is true for a lot of different fish species.
The Indonesian discovery upset the whole apple cart. Science was all nice and happy. They'd got these little enclaves in the Comores all sorted out, and that anything that was outside that was a stray. Now, all of a sudden, 10,000 kilometers away, right across the other side of the Indian Ocean, we have another colony of coelacanths. And it's not just one or two, it's not strays, it's a colony. They are known to the Indonesian fishermen, which suggests to me that they're actually far more widespread than we think.
The fact that we could find this animal in a place that's relatively well known to ichthyologists, it would not surprise me in the least if over the next 50 or 100 years that it is revealed that the coelacanth actually exists pretty much in one continuous population from the Western Indian Ocean all the way up to Indonesia.
That would be really cool. The places that you would start to look would be in habitats that are similar to here and here, where you've got these rocky sea bottoms.
I didn't know what dinosaurs was all about until these boys come.
And Mechaholic, thank you so much for the 51 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Keeping me online for that long. You would look for these kinds of habitats. So, deep water with rocky escarpments, overhangs, caves. Like this. We're not talking about sandy ocean bottoms. We're not talking about, we're talking about like seamounts. Volcanic rocks with all kinds of crags and hiding places and stuff like that. That's the kind of habitat that you want to look for, because both species of coelacanth have both been found in that same kind of terrain. That's your best bet. Look in those spots.
J.L.B. Smith didn't live to hear the story of the Indonesian coelacanth.
No.
In 1968, after years of ill health and in constant pain, Smith took his own life. He was 70 years old. Marjorie Courtney Latimer celebrated her 93rd birthday in February 2000. She was the first in a long chain of people whose lives were touched by this ancient fish.
I think that all my life I was called to do what I did in my life. And it all came as a wonderful kind of circle of events, finding this wonderful fish.
There's something about the ancient nature of this fish and the story that goes with it that intrigues people so much and pulls them in. It's just something magical about it.
Yeah.
I first saw the coelacanth probably in about 1956. The original mounted specimen in the East London Museum. To me, it was this fantastic creature from the past, which gave us a window into the past and made us kind of realize life began in the sea. From the sea, the vertebrate, the backbone animals crawled out onto land, and that's where the evolution of terrestrial vertebrates started.
The final riddle. The coelacanth may never have stepped onto land. But if this living fossil was able to avoid extinction and detection for so many millions of years, what other strange and wonderful creatures may also be down there?
It really does say something about how little we know about the oceans. Very definitely that goes a long way in explaining the mystique of the coelacanth and its enrapturing effect on the public. Because that's kind of a weird thing if you really think about it. It's just a big, ugly old fish. But there is something more to it, and it's that quality of the unknown, of the deep.
For over half a century, this creature has attracted the scrutiny of scientists worldwide. Yet so many questions remain unanswered. Do coelacanths live in all the world's oceans? How large are their populations? How long do they live? Over the next half-century, scientists will continue to explore these secrets, and perhaps more lives will be touched by this mysterious survivor.
Beautiful. Give you a link to that right here, this lovely PBS Nova documentary from back in the day, and then here is Mike Bruton's talk about the people behind the discovery of the coelacanth. Here's our HHMI video. This is our third link I'm putting here in the chat with the paper craft animation, paper cutout animation. It's just brilliant. And then here is the new David Attenborough narrated documentary, Deep Ocean Kingdom of the Coelacanth, that just came out in September. If you'd like a link to that too. Lots of good stuff. Anyway, and with that, holy cow, it's 7:39 right now. Gotta wrap things up here. It's time to go raid out. So let's do it. And there we go.
These plant eaters or herbivores had as many as
Art Rules, thank you.
teeth in their jaws at one time.
Thank you for the 39 months of support, Ms. Art Rules. I really appreciate that. Who else is live on Twitch right now who we might raid into? And we've got a lot of thanks owed to the people listed in our credits right now, from subscribers and gifters and cheerers. Thank you again, Twitch, for showing up. 100 gift subs. Holy moly. Very rarely has that happened in the history of this channel, and I am deeply grateful for it. Let's see here. Looks like Moo Hoodles is on. Let's go right into her. She's doing some science and technology right now. Excellent. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for spending Fishmas here with me. Hope you had an excellent time. I certainly did. This has been a ton of fun, and I'm deeply grateful for your attention, for your curiosity, for your enthusiasm, for your questions. Thank you for all the financial support. That's the reason I can continue to do this full time. It's only because of the financial support that you offer, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. Merry Fishmas to one and all, but maybe most especially to the moderators. Thank you, mods, for everything you do to keep this a safe and welcoming community for everybody. I could not do this without your help, mods. So, and Lordy, holy cow! 5 gift subs from Lordy. You didn't have to do that, Lordy. Merry Fishmas. Hope you're having a good time where you are right now, Lordy. And where's the raid? I can't access this now. What's it? Oh, come on. OBS. I'm trying to raid into Boohoodles and it won't let me. Oh, okay, there we go. Thank you, everybody. Let's go see what Boohoodles is up to. I hope to see you tomorrow for another Paleontologizing stream. Same time, 1 p.m. Pacific. Catch you then. Take care.